There you go. Fucking A, man, jump out that. Kathleen.
Lights are taking strips and of the earth, and then they put them together, and then an artist puts it together, and then, you know, because it's the strips and the camera's too close, like, where are the fucking pictures of earth from space? I want to see a picture. I want to see tens of thousands of them. I want to see fucking the sun over here and the moon over there. There's people should have posters and shit all over the world. People should have these epic pictures of the earth from space with the moon over here and the sun over there and the planets. There's none. I used to be one of those guys that thought, I thought I knew a lot about space because I watched them goddamn the space DVDs, stacks of them. BBC Space, Volume 1 through 12, the Universe Complete series. I watched all that shit every now and then. Every now and then I'm thinking, I'm a grown-ass man watching that shit. Every now and then I'm like, it is kind of weird that it's like all CGI. I mean, I'm not that stupid. This ain't a real footage of a super hypernova or anything. But then I forget about it, and then I'd go on. And then now when you sit there and think about it, like, holy shit, everything from space is CGI? What the fuck? I'm not saying the earth is flat. I'm not saying the earth is flat. There are no pictures of the flat earth from space. They don't believe it's flat. I believe nobody's too sure of what the fuck we're on. And I'm open to hear more about, you know, what guys like Eric Dubay are saying, our guest tonight. But before we get to Eric Dubay, I want to introduce Crone Gracie, ladies and gentlemen. Superstar, BJJ, black belt, son of Hickson Gracie, MMA fighter, fucking people up and rising. He's rising to the top. And yesterday, I get a call from Crone, and he said, "Hey man, I see what you're doing. You're coming out." And I'm like, "I'm not totally coming out. I'm making it clear. I don't know that the earth is flat. I need to see pictures from fucking space. Show me some pictures of earth from space. You got all these goddamn satellites. You're spending billions and billions of motherfucking dollars. All this goddamn money. What do we have to show for it? The space shuttles, would you trash them? Or the Saturn V rocket technology that took you to the moon, supposedly 6 times, you trash that shit? It doesn't work no more? You got to the moon 6 fucking times, and then you trashed everything, and all the raw footage of the film and the audio, you trash that shit? A retarded 12-year-old detective from Idaho will say, there's something fucking up with that shit. Come on. It's ridiculous. There's no footage left. It got stolen. I don't even know what telemetry data is, but apparently it has something to do with the records and the data of the moon missions. Apparently they're lost. They're stolen. They're gone. All the pictures and video we see of space are CGI. They fake the moon missions. And I'm curious as to see, I'm interested in finding out what the fuck we're on. I don't know what we're on, but I want to know what the heck. I'm curious. And Crone, he called me up, and he didn't ask me to be on the podcast. I asked him. You know, he's totally into finding out the truth too, and he's totally distrusting of NASA and government science. You know, that's all it really comes down to. I mean, a conspiracy theorist is someone who doesn't trust the government. We don't trust what they're saying, and most scientists are government scientists. If the science is coming from the government, NASA scientists, that's government. NIST, that's government. Most scientists, they're all like trying to get like funding and grants and all sorts of shit. Crone, tell me your flat Earth story.
I mean, before I even get into flat Earth, I think it's important to start at why I started thinking. Because in my life, you know, I was a little kid, you know, I have to train jiu-jitsu, and I have this image, and I have this family, and all these things I got to do. So I chose to fight. I chose to do jiu-jitsu. And as an athlete, and as an artist, and as a martial artist, there's only one truth. You know, it either works or it doesn't work. So I train jiu-jitsu, and when something doesn't work, you know, you have to be honest with yourself to know that it doesn't work, and then to be like, okay, let me find something that does work, and let me find the truth, because only the truth is going to solve my problems. Lying to myself and telling myself things that are not true just to make myself feel good about something is only it's going to build up later. So I have like my personality has always been like to find the truth with jiu-jitsu, find the truth, what really works, what really is true. And then I think just naturally that kind of just trickled away into my whole life. And I always kind of try to see through the bullshit and see through the games. But I was never really into conspiracy theories and like into that kind of stuff, or into being like protecting the animals or all this stuff. You know, as a kid, I was like, fuck all that shit. It's all bullshit. I just got to do jiu-jitsu. I just got to fight. I just got to put my energy into this. And then as I started to fight more MMA, where I kind of stopped teaching so much at the gym and started putting less time into teaching, and I was focusing more on training and more on fighting and more on like traveling to go see Nick and Nate, 6 hours. Then you go to San Francisco, an hour and a half. So I spent a lot of time on my own, a lot of time driving, a lot of time to think. And I started to like, I don't know what, I think the first thing that got me with that got me questioning stuff, first, my friend Murph, he told me about the chemtrails like years and years ago. And I was like, this is some bullshit. Are you kidding me? They're throwing fucking shit in the sky. I was like, no. And then he kind of broke it down and everything. And I was like, oh shit, this shit might be real. And then the one that really did it for me was when I found out they put fluoride in the water. And then I was like, I can't believe they would do that they would put fluoride in the water and like purposely try to like calcify your pineal gland. So once I realized that it was on purpose, that it wasn't an accident, then I started to ask questions about everything. And I went through this fucking wormhole of all this shit. And you get depressed to learn about how fucked up the world is and learning about all this shit. But I'm at a point now where I'm at ease with it, because the only thing I can do is try to make it better. It's already fucked up, but it's like a good fucked up. It's like an interesting game we play, because the world's so fucked up. And it's like, now we have our own roles. Who's going to try to save the world? Who's going to try to destroy the world? Who's going to not do shit, right? Who's just going to be there? So I've chosen to fight for something that I think is bigger than the Gracie family, bigger than MMA. I'm trying to fight for the truth for the next generation, so my nephew and the next generation has something to live. So after a lot of fucking conspiracies and shit and time, I got to the flat earth and I was like, this is some bullshit. And then looking into it more, I believed in it for a while. I was like, oh fuck, this might be true. And then I was like, nah, fuck that. That's not bullshit. I can't believe in this. And then I got back to it and I started reaching. I actually seen a lot of your stuff, Eric. I've been watching a lot of your videos for a long time, big fan. But after a while, I realized it was true. And from what I've collected in the universe, from what I've seen, I think there's more things proving me that the Earth is flat than that it's spinning at 1,000,000 miles per hour, or actually 666 miles per hour, which is fucking interesting. And that we don't, like, it always was like crazy. Like, man, you're telling me that we're spinning, and then we're spinning around the sun, and the sun is shooting down this fucking shit, and we're just sitting here chilling on this podcast, like no big deal. It's like, doop, doop, doop. Like, that's always been crazy to me. So I never, it was like just a baffling thing to try to grasp. And then, so now I'm like, I understand. I have like things that I really believe that the Earth is flat, more so than the Earth is round. And I'm like that. I'm at that stage where I don't want to be the one to like be like, oh, you guys have to fucking believe the Earth is flat, because that doesn't do anything either. I think that we all just need to understand that the more we spark the truth, it takes time, to get to somewhere where the things that I know, it takes time. It doesn't mean that it won't happen. It just takes time. So it's like, first you got to get into the moon landing. If you don't believe in that, you got to research that.
Yeah, that's the first one. Because if you research the moon landings and you believe we still went, then you need to, there might be Game of Thrones reruns tonight. You are not going to enjoy this podcast. But just because you believe that the moon landings were hoax doesn't mean you're going to, that's a big leap from the moon hoax to flat earth. That's huge. Even most conspiracy theorists think the flat earth thing is not true. It's for sure. It's like a CIA psyop. That's what there's people think that Eric is a CIA shill and trying to spread this information. TJ, tell me you are not a flat earther, but give me your story. But I got questions too before we get into I got questions for Eric too, because there is some questions that I do have. So we'll get back to that later. But I'm not like, I look at what we have,
And from what we have, from what information I have, I'm more on the side of flat Earth. But I still got questions, and I still am a student of the truth. And until somebody proves me differently, I believe in what the chips I've collected.
EJ?
I mean, here's the thing that's interesting about this whole flat Earth thing. I believe that the Earth is round. I've been told that forever. I have no reason really to believe otherwise, but I've believed a lot of things over, the last 33 years that I've been alive, and a lot of those things have been proven not to be exactly accurate. When I was a kid, and I don't want to get all crazy, but like marijuana was treated like heroin. You know what I mean? And now you have people out there that are saying the same thing, that it actually is heroin, which is crazy. But we have state governments that are regulating marijuana, and the reason I bring up marijuana is because like it was such a bad thing for the longest time, and now it's helping local economies, and it's. I mean, how many states is it legalized in? It's like 2 for sure, recreationally already in the books.
I think 5 or 6.
Right, but now I mean California, it's pretty much there. It's not on the books yet per se, but like my point is like we have this war on drugs, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, never mind, we're okay with it now. We're gonna make money and tax it, etc. It's just I'm using that as a example of taking a big leap from one stance to another, and that's different. But my point is, we are told for the longest time things are a certain way, and then we find out that the stance is softened, or just to me, like, you need to question things. Now, again, I think that the Earth is round. I have a bunch of questions, and obviously you're going to bring Eric on, and we can ask him. Mm-hmm. He's going to make some points, and I'm going to write down some more questions. But for me, I think that if you get like animated to the point where you're like, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're delirious, you're crazy, why wouldn't you just hear somebody out first? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you not hear somebody out? And what's weird about this one is it's sweeping the nation. Like, it's sweeping the world. Like, so many people, like, I think about like conspiracy theories. Flat Earth, to me, would be the most unlikely one. Look up at the sky. The moon, that's round. At least it looks round to me here. I mean, I'm curious. Does Eric think that the moon is flat? Does Eric think that the
There's a lot of questions.
Right.
There's a lot of questions.
And my point is like, you're doing yourself a disservice if you won't just ask some questions to anything. Is the sky blue? What is blue? Is your blue my blue, or is it green?
Not sure.
But you know what I mean? Like, don't ever be set in your ways about anything.
Yeah. My co-host is my best friend since I was 16. We moved to Hollywood together to be rock stars. Obviously, it failed. His name is James Watson. James, we never really talked about flat Earth at all. How are you feeling right now about it? Is it possible?
I want to hear everything before I dismiss something.
Okay.
I want to hear everything.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that, I mean, we were brought up with globes in school, and although we've never seen the Earth from space, we've got fake pictures. Most space footage of space documentaries are CGI cartoons. To me, that's just a giant red flag right there, man. You got all these telescopes and billions of dollars. Just seems like a scam. Like they're just scamming money. Everything is just an easy scam. It's like they make way more money. They just faked it than actually went. Like maybe they were just lazy. You know what I mean? Like, shit, can we just fake this shit? People are gonna die. I mean, we could get there, but damn, people are gonna die. Why don't we just fake it and keep all the money? It's a way better plan. Anyways, I'm gonna introduce our guest. This is really what it's all about. He's definitely one of the top experts when it comes to breaking it all down, breaking NASA down, and breaking the heliocentric model. I want to introduce Eric Dubek. Eric, can you explain really quick the difference between the heliocentric model and the geocentric model? Like, people need to understand that. Now, Eric, explain the timeline of the flat Earth and when and how and why did we go? It was like you said, it was flat Earth for forever, and then we switched. It was Copernicus, right? We switched, and then talk about, because most people think, only dumb people think the Earth was flat. When back then. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but there was like this, you know, the philosophers of the time and the scientists of the time, they were going back and forth with the flat Earth, the geocentric model versus the heliocentric model. It wasn't like there was any proof of the heliocentric model. Just somehow explain the timeline.
Yeah, I've got the timeline, the history of flat Earth on my channel. You can watch that extrapolated completely. But for now, quickly, nobody thought the Earth was a spinning ball until 500 BC or so, when Pythagoras came up with it. And for the next few hundred years, other Greek philosophers toyed with the idea and wrote about it. Aristophanes, Plato, and Aristotle. And then it disappeared for another 2,000 years. Nobody talked about it. Nobody believed it. There's no record of anyone writing books about it, anything like this, until 1543, when Copernicus came out with his book. And then suddenly it became a big topic, and, you know, Kepler and Galileo and some of these other people coming in, giving their quote unquote proofs for the spinning ball Earth. Slowly but surely became the mainstream model, up until about the 1800s, when actually there was a flat Earth resurgence, when a bunch of flat Earth scientists started doing experiments and printing books and newspapers and other things, doing lectures. And so it was a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. And then, of course, with Einstein's relativity theory, which is a philosophy that basically banishes everything to ultimate relativity. So there can't be any motionless thing in the universe, like they said the Earth was. And then eventually you get into NASA with the moon landings. And nowadays they've got all these fake CGI pictures we're talking about, which everyone believes are real. So most everybody thinks that the Earth is a spinning ball now. And it's really just been a long-term propaganda campaign over the past 500 years, which, when you look into it, has been spurred by and maintained by Freemasons. Freemasonry, the oldest and largest secret society in the world, with over 5 million members in almost every country in the world. You find that Copernicus and Newton and Galileo, right up until the astronauts, almost every astronaut that claims to have gone into outer space or walked on the moon is publicly known as a Freemason. So it's the same group of people who's been promoting this idea for the past 500 years. So that's another red flag, as Eddie was talking about. There's so many red flags when you find out that the original moon landing footage has all been erased. They can't find it. And the telemetry data, can't find that. Things that would actually confirm these things to be true. They can't find those. You know, the moon rocks have now come out to be fake. When you look into these things, it's completely obvious, as Eddie said, that the moon landing is a complete hoax. And then you got to ask, well, why would they do that? And when you look at the history of flat Earth, and you see that the moon landing hoax allowed them to hypothetically get far enough away from their ball Earth to take a picture of it, that is the main reason for the moon landing hoax, is to perpetuate, to continue to propagandize with this spinning ball, Big Bang evolution cosmology that they've come up with, where you're nothing, you're just a speck of dust in an infinite universe that came about from a random Big Bang accident with no consciousness or life involved, and then suddenly, somehow, out of nothing, consciousness, life diversity, nature, everything that you see around you just came into existence through slow evolution of cold, hard matter. And then somehow consciousness and life comes into it. So they have this whole materialist philosophy that they've been trying to inculcate the world into. And the spinning ball Earth is just part of it. As I'm saying, it gets into evolution and Big Bang and all this other crap. And the idea is to make you believe, well, first of all, the idea is to have you stop trusting your own senses, your own experiments and experience, and to instead trust these authority figures who are giving you information, giving you pictures and videos and saying, this is the truth, trust us, instead of trusting yourself, which using your own devices and your own methods, it's easy to prove that the Earth is not a spinning ball. I have a book called 200 Proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. Everyone can check out. And you can see for yourself. I mean, NASA doesn't even claim to have 200 proofs that we live on a spinning ball. The most you'll ever be able to find is 10. They've never felt the need to try to come up with more than 10 supposed proofs that you live on a spinning ball. And in my book, I debunk all 10 of those, and I give you 200 of the opposite reasons why we're obviously not moving. We're motionless, just as you said. We're sitting here doing this podcast. You don't feel like you're spinning around an axis at 1,000 miles per hour, around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, while the sun is also moving. So it's not the heliocentric theory anymore. Now it's the acentric theory, because they don't know what the center of the universe is. So the sun is also traveling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy itself is shooting millions of miles per hour off from that Big Bang that they say happened 14.7 billion years ago. They know exactly how long ago it happened too. They can make up these huge distances to the stars and these huge numbers of how far things are and how these timelines, because it's bullshit, because they just make it up. It's been getting longer and longer as they go. If you look at Copernicus's figure for how far away the sun supposedly was in his model, it was only a bit more than 3 million miles away. But then you go to Newton and it was up to 26 million, and you keep going. At one time it was over 104 million, and then they brought it back down to 93 million right now. That's where we're at now. But flat earthers throughout the centuries, as Eddie said, have measured using sextants and plane trigonometry from different points all over the plane, and found out that the sun is very close and very small. It's like a spotlight that illuminates over the plane. About 3,000 miles above us, about 30 miles in diameter is what you get from using these actual measurements that we can do without having to trust these random scientists and their random theories. I mean, do you know how they say that they come up with the distances to the stars? The stars, they figure out how far away they are by taking a star up to a little color chart and determining how blue it is or how red it is. And they say, oh, it's blue shifting. It's blue shifting at this rate, so we know that it's this many light years away from us. A light year is another Star Trek term they came up with to make things that are trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away, supposedly, sound more plausible. So again, they just, it's magic, you know. Oh, it's 10 trillion light years away, and we know because of the gradient of the blue on the redshift on our little color scale. Yet you can, with a telescope or with a zoom camera, with your own eyes, look at any star any night and notice every single color of the rainbow and watch it fluctuate through all colors like a pulsating disco ball. So for them to claim that they're able to gauge star distances based on color, this is just par for the course of the kind of pseudoscience that they feed you with a capital S, calling it science.
I'm already convinced. So I mean, since I already have done my research and I already get past this point of, I do believe the Earth is somewhat flat, from what we can see. But I have a couple questions. One, so the stars are just lights. They're just like when you look through telescopes, because people say, when I start talking about this, they're like, wait, when I look through a telescope, I can see the Saturn, the rim on the Saturn thing. And so explain to the people what they are looking through the telescope, or if those photos on the internet are not even real photos. Can you look through a telescope and see the rim around Saturn?
There's a halo and a light around the sky, so the world must be a spinning ball, is their argument. Yeah, you can see a little halo of light around Saturn in a telescope. But Saturn itself and all of the other wandering stars, which are now called planets, the ancients differentiated the stars only as fixed or wandering, because the fixed stars, you can see they maintain their relative positions to one another night after night, century after century, thousands of years. Polaris has been exactly above the North Pole, and all of the other fixed stars revolve perfect circles around Polaris, staying in their constellations night after night. Yet supposedly we're spinning around the sun while the sun spins around the galaxy, and the galaxy shooting off through the universe at those speeds that I mentioned earlier. If that was actually the case, then the night sky would never be the same 2 nights in a row. You would never come back around, or if you did, it would be millions of years, whatever. You wouldn't be able to have constellations. You wouldn't be able to track these things the way that we are. The only way that you can do it is because we're not moving. Everything else over our heads, all those lights in the sky that look like they're moving over us, they're doing exactly what it looks like they're doing. They're moving over and around us. We're not moving. You look at the sun move over and around us, and then you see the moon come following a similar path at a similar speed. But NASA tells you that moon is rotating around us. But we, this Earth we stand on, is rotating around the sun. But you can see for yourself that that's not the case. Just like you can feel for yourself that we're not moving. Just like you can see that the horizon is perfectly flat. Just like you know that water always finds its level, and Earth is 70+% water. You know that water can't conform to the exterior of a shape. If you put a shape in some water, it doesn't show up on the outside. So how could the Earth be a sphere, or an oblate spheroid, or a pear, or whatever NASA has decided that it is these days? So when you look up at the stars or the planets, they're all just flashing little lights in the sky. Whether you use a telescope, your eyes, a zoom camera, what it doesn't look like is these CGI ball planets that you always get, like Eddie was talking about, from the Nova and the BBC documentaries, where you get these close-up, high-def detail of these ball planets up there. No matter how good of a telescope you look through, all you're going to see is a very plasmic, watery light, water mixed with light, flashing disco ball effect with all the different stars and planets. Now, to see that and to think, oh, well, that means I'm on a spinning ball, just makes no, it's a logical fallacy, first of all. And second of all, you can see that these things are not physical, tangible things that anyone would be able to land on. For instance, the moon, you can see blue right through it during a waxing and a waning cycle. Stars have been seen through the moon. You can see the blue of the sky or stars that are behind it. So how could it possibly be a solid object that people could land on when we can see through it for yourself? Anytime the moon is in your vantage point during an afternoon, you're going to be able to see it. And the way that it fades off, it's nothing like a physical object that we know of. So you don't have to ask me if it's flat or is it round. I don't know what the moon is. I don't know what the sun is, but I do know that the Earth is flat. 200 plus proofs for that. I heard Eddie say that there's no proof the Earth is flat. I don't know. Well, I do know. I'm absolutely sure the Earth is flat. And if you check out my channel, check out my websites, I've proven it over and over and over again. It's the one thing you can know for sure in this lifetime, is that the Earth is absolutely flat and motionless. It is the most easily proven conspiracy, and that's why it's taking the world by storm, as one of the other panelists said earlier, is because it's so easily proven. It's not like the JFK assassination, where you could, like Eddie was saying, you could spend your whole life trying to look into that and trying to figure out the ins and outs of it. And it's easy to find out that that was a conspiracy, but it is not the way that they told us it was. But to find out exactly what it is, that's difficult. But with the flat Earth, it's not. It's simple. It's here every day. You can perform experiments yourself anytime you want to. People are doing it every day. There's YouTubers, Facebookers, all over social media that are doing their own experiments, proving over and over again that the Earth is flat and motionless. Meanwhile, NASA's running their tail between their legs in damage control mode, trying to say that they've discovered gravitational waves and 7 new Earth-like planets to try and keep the sheeple in line. In reality, the world's waking up, and Eddie Bravo and you guys, Chrome Gracie, it's great talking to you too. You guys are all legends. You guys are helping bring this out. Like you said, us martial artists here, we're truth warriors. We're more than just here to compete and win for the glory of making it first or whatever. How about actually getting the truth out? And this is what's most important. I've scaled back on my martial arts training and teaching a lot so that I can do this. I think it's more important think this is the most important thing that I could be doing right now. I think this is the most important issue anyone can be talking about right now, because we've been lied to for 500 years. And when you get this out, it's like a balloon rising to the surface being held underwater for 500 years. Water's going to splash all over the place. And it's exactly what we need in this fucked up world that we live in, where they've been lying to us in school. The entire media is controlled, the governments are controlled, and it's all part of this system. And this easily proven conspiracy of the flat earth brings that all to the forefront, so people can see clearly that we have been lied to. This shit's real. And so I'm, big kudos to you guys for doing what you're doing. It's difficult to get people with any sort of fame, any sort of following to come out about these things. Even people with no fame or following don't want to tell their friends and family, because your ego doesn't want to be that ego that has to deal with the fact that you're the idiot now saying the earth is flat and all your friends are going to make fun of you. Nobody wants to be in that position. None of us here wanted to be in that position. But
it takes a tripology.
You know what? I've been just abused on the internet for so long that you can't hurt me no more. My skin is thick like bamboo.
I'm curious, real quick. So, like, if this is a conspiracy theory, like, why try to get everyone to believe that the Earth is round? That's my big hang up on this. Like, what is the benefit for, and who is it for the world to believe that we're on a round ball?
Well, nowadays, NASA gets $50 million a day for those fake CGI pictures that they give us. I mean, isn't that a good reason? $50 million of taxpayers' money being stolen so that we can get Hollywood in place.
Isn't that new, though? Like, the whole Earth being round, if it's a conspiracy, it's gone on for 50 plus years. Like, that's modern day why it makes sense. But why would it make sense back in the 60s?
Sure. Well, it makes sense going back as far as you want to, because if you want to control a population, do you think you go and you tell them exactly the truth about things going on the earth that they're living in and how they came to be and what their place is in the cosmos? Do you think it's a good idea to tell them exactly what it is? Or would it be a better idea to tell them the exact friggin' opposite of what it is and make them believe that, so that it disempowers them, so that it turns you into the authority, so that all their information about space and the planets and cosmology and where we came from and where we might be going and who humanity really is comes from these few people: Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox. You get your little spokespeople, and they are now the purveyors of all truth off of this flat world that we live on, trying to tell us otherwise. So firstly, it sets up your Copernicus and your Newton and your Galileo and all of these Masons throughout history as being the saviors of science, as being the most trusted authorities, as being the initiators of Renaissance and starting this whole new way of correct thinking. So obviously, if you're going to control people, you have to lie to them. What's the biggest lie you could possibly lie to them about? This is it. But beyond that, I understand that people have to ask why, and it is perplexing. Oh, why would they do it? And you get caught there. But think of a detective coming upon a murder scene. Like I told you, I've got more than 200 proofs. You could spend days and days and days online seeing proof after proof, experiment after experiment, or you can just use your own eyes and experience and figure out that, of course, the Earth is flat and motionless. But you can do these things. But instead, what most people will do is they will wait until they can think of a motive that makes sense to them for why something like this could possibly happen before they will even take a minute to do some research about it. And I'm not saying this about you. I'm saying this about this general question that gets asked over and over again. A detective doesn't sit there at a crime scene covered in blood with corpses everywhere and say, I'm not sure if there was a murder here because I don't see the motive. What they do is they gather evidence and they figure out what is actually going on in the crime scene. And that's what I did. And that's what all flat earthers did. They bypassed their cognitive dissonance. They bypassed their what they thought they knew long enough to look at the evidence, not to look at a motive. We can look at that later, but look at the evidence first. If a lot of you people listening now are caught up in this, I can't see why they would. What would be the motive for doing this lie? Bypass that for a second and look at the evidence, because the evidence is there that they have lied. We can worry about why later. Let's look at the evidence.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now I have a question for you. What do you think about Admiral General E. Byrd?
As in, what do you mean?
As in, like the idea that he saw more land on the other side of Antarctica.
Yeah, well, he said that there was more land past Antarctica and places that we hadn't discovered when he went down there. He said that on national television, and that there was more resources. And then suddenly, after he made these claims, there was an Antarctic treaty between all these countries, and suddenly nobody's able to explore Antarctica anymore. After this big name military guy comes out on national television saying that there's more land and more resources, suddenly it's closed off from the public, and the only way that people can go there now is on these pre-approved tourist tours that they have, where you go and pet a penguin and touch the little barbershop pole they've called the South Pole and be on your way home. But they don't allow independent exploration of Antarctica, so we can actually see this, whether Admiral Byrd was telling us the truth when he said that there was another continent on the other side of Antarctica the size of America. I don't know. I haven't been there. Yeah. Just like people say, is it an infinite plane? Is there an edge? Is it a dome? Is there a barrier? I don't know. They won't let us go.
Before we get any further, let's can we have him talk and pull up the flat Earth model at the same time so people know, because you know what I'm talking about? They need to see what it actually looks like, because people are thinking right now, wait a minute, how does the sun go around a flat Earth? Does the sun go under it? That's the main thing people get confused on, is what the flat Earth model really is.
Yeah, give me a second here. Let me do some Skype finagling here, and we'll get that rocking.
I got one more question before I forget it. This has been a question that I thought about, because I'm looking at the moon, and on the flat Earth model, it's like the sun and the moon, they circle around.
You're good.
Hello?
You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got
you. Okay. So on the flat Earth model, the sun and the moon, they kind of like circle like this around inside this dome. And so I don't understand how I can see the moon at night, which is what it's supposed to be if it's, traveling with the sun. And then I can see it also in the day. And sometimes I see it twice. I see it in the day and at night. So how does that happen?
Well, we got to pull up that model first.
But I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, he can hear you. These are the questions.
Oh, okay. Say that again. Say it again, because I didn't hear you had the volume off. Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. Okay, if we could show that to the audience while he explained. This is just the basic model. We're not saying you agree with this one. There's all these different models, but this is the basic one. Can you see this, Eric? Yeah, that's showing the sun and the moon going around around the plane in a clockwise, right? Yeah, you could just leave that and let him talk. Yeah. It looks like they're around the same speed, but that's the basic idea right there. Basically, it looks like the entire Earth is inside of a crater filled with water, and there's some continents popping out. That was fine right there, TJ. Right there, that one's good. And then it's surrounded, and all the water's being held, and it's like we're in a crater, right? That's the basic idea, right, Eric?
Yeah, the basic model would be you got to have water has to be contained, so you can see Antarctica as an ice wall that contains all of the oceans, and beyond that, we don't know. The North Pole is the very middle, and Polaris, the pole star, is right over the North Pole, and the continents are all in a circular shape around that. So to circumnavigate the flat Earth is just to go in a circle around the North Pole. So if your right shoulder is at Polaris the whole time, you'll eventually make a complete circumnavigation of Earth and come back to where you were going clockwise, or if it's on your left side, going the other way. This is how navigation was done back then. What's never been done is a north-south circumnavigation, which you know, it's impossible to do on a ball. You go around like this on the flat plane we live on. It's impossible to come up around the underside. Like I said, nobody knows what's on the underside. In the ball model, they claim that there's a molten core, and then there's an outer mantle and an inner mantle and a crust, outer crust, and the inner crust. They got all these layers supposedly of the ball Earth that they teach us in school. Yet in reality, the Russian Kola Ultra Deep, which is the largest drilling operation in history, tried drilling down into the Earth, spent 30, 40 years doing it, and they were only able to get to 8 miles down, which is not even through the outer crust that they talk about in their models. So they don't know that there's an inner crust and a molten metal core and all this other crap that they go on about. It's completely hypothetical. They just put it in the textbooks and then everybody parrots it. But the reason you got to do it is if you're on a ball and you know that there's magnetic north, you got to come up with some excuse for it. So they say that there's magma somehow turning into magnetism, which never happens in the real world, and that causes the north and south poles to constantly move, so we can never identify where they actually are. This is a convenient excuse for why you can't go to their ceremonial south pole with a compass in your hand and walk 360 degrees and have north be straight ahead of you. They give their excuse that, oh, it's constantly moving because of the magnetic core and all this crap, but the North Pole doesn't move. The magnetic, everything is pointing towards it, and a compass only works on a flat plane. Imagine if you were in Australia or somewhere else, hanging upside down as they tell you on a ball, holding your compass flat, and it points straight ahead of you at north. Wouldn't north be up in outer space? How could north possibly work on a compass? This is just one of many, many proofs that the Earth is flat and motionless, just as it appears, just as we know. And the model you may be looking at, watching the sun and the moon going over them, they do circle around us in that way, but the sun is slightly faster than the moon. The moon takes about 25 hours, or the sun takes 24, and the moon's time changes about 10 minutes over its cycle. So they will pass each other, and you will see the moon during the afternoon or in the morning sometimes because of this. And so that's the actual model. They don't, a lot of the models, the computer models people have made, have them going perfectly opposite, and it's not perfectly opposite. They pass.
So basically, in the flat Earth model, it's like we're in a crater, and the North Pole's in the center, and there's got to be some kind of like powerful magnetism going on for compasses to always point to the center of this plane that we're on, right? I mean, and then coincidentally, the North Star is right above it, and all the stars and all those lights are going around Polaris, the North Pole star. So there's definitely some going in the center of this flat plane, and it you know, if you believe that, then you'd have to believe that the sun is like some electromagnetic ball of heat that is just going around this magnetic center. And the same thing with the moon. The moon must be this like light object or something, right? Because the one thing before I got into flat Earth at all, before I started, for years, the moon baffled me when they would say that the moon doesn't spin. The moon doesn't spin because we were taught that the Earth spins on its axis, and we know what a globe looks like, and you take that globe, you spin it, you imagine that's what the Earth is, some spinning globe in just floating in space. But the moon doesn't have an axis, and like mainstream science says, the moon, we only see like one side. We'll never see the other side. So that baffles me. Like, how is that even possible? I mean, we should see. Shouldn't it kind of spin a little bit? But mainstream science will say it's, in layman's term, it's kind of like you're facing somebody, you're looking at someone, you guys are standing in front of each other, and then you hold hands, and then you start spinning. That's how the sun is in relation to the Earth. And I could never wrap my brain around the moon and how we only see one side and we only see the face. It's hard to even understand it now.
Well, it's just more bullshit. They tell you that the moon is traveling this way at the exact opposite speed that the Earth travels this way, so it perfectly cancels out the motion so that we only ever see the exact same face no matter where or when we are on the Earth. But the reality is that the Earth is a flat plane. The moon is rotating around it in this style, and it actually turns this way as it rotates. It's not a ball turning the way that they say it is, but imagine a wheel, like a wagon wheel turned on its side, turning around this way. And this is why one of the ball proofs is that in the southern hemisphere, you can photograph the moon and it's upside down. And in the northern hemisphere, you photograph it and it's right side up. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. But again, it all depends on where and when you photograph the moon. I can show you on IFRS, the International Flat Earth Research Society. We've taken pictures of the moon at any and all inclinations of 360 degrees. So it's turning, but it's turning in this direction. And we never see other faces. If it was a ball, someone from the southern hemisphere versus the North Pole versus the mid-latitudes, we should see slightly different faces of the moon from those vantage points, but you always see the same rabbit or the same man on the moon, whatever you want to call it. Those same features are always there. So it lends credence to the idea that the moon is hovering over and around us as it is in the flat Earth model, and not a ball that perfectly spins opposite the ball Earth so that we can never see it. I mean, think about it. The second law of thermodynamics, entropy, states that any object in motion over time through friction and resistance is slowly going to slow down. So both the moon and the sun should be slowing down. The days should not be 24 hours. We should be able to calculate this. And there's plenty of drag resistance in the atmosphere. So I don't see why they can hold up a theory that the Earth and the moon and the sun and all their crap spins at a perfectly uniform velocity, yet it's never changed whatsoever, yet their own laws of thermodynamics say that that's completely impossible. So their own science is at odds with itself.
That's incredible. Now, explain gravity.
Gravity. So gravity is a total subterfuge of the natural laws of density. So people want you to believe that before Isaac Newton lived and an apple dropped on his head, nobody in the world had ever thought of or been able to explain why stuff falls down. Obviously, things go down because they're denser than the medium.
You're going to have to repeat that. Objects, we just lost you. Are we ready, TJ? Explain again.
The reason that objects fall down is because they are denser than the medium that they are in. And the reason that an object would rise up is because that object is less dense than the medium it is in. So, for instance, that's why a raindrop falls down through the air and an air bubble rises up in the water. That's why a rock would fall down, but a helium balloon would rise up. It's not because gravity has an affinity for rocks and doesn't like balloons. It's because of density. It's all because of relative density. If you take a deep breath and you submerge yourself in water, you'll stay at the surface because you've just changed the density of your body. And if you exhale that, you're going to start to sink because you've just changed the density of your body. Gravity didn't just decide that it's got more of an affinity now and it's going to sucking you down to the bottom of the ocean. All about density. So gravity is just complete bullshit that Isaac Newton made up so that Copernicus's spinning ball model would make any sense. And they said, oh, well, the reason things fall down is because there's this sucking force that pulls you to the center of massive objects. And of course, if that was the case, then we would be like magnetized to the Earth, and just stepping your foot off of the Earth would be like taking a heavy magnet off of a refrigerator, and stepping back would be like putting it back down again. And of course, they don't have a single example of any mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causing to spin circles around or to stick to that mass because of its gravity. They say gravity just spontaneously happens when something's massive enough, and then non-massive things will either start spinning around it, like the planets, if that's what they want it to do, or they'll stick to it, like people, buildings, and the oceans, if that's what they want it to do. So gravity is their mythical magic force that causes us to stick to the mythical magic spinning ball Earth, when in reality, it's simple science. The natural physics of density and buoyancy determine that heavy things fall down and light things rise up. And they've been teaching us this crap in school since we're like 7 years old, so that we'll believe that oceans and buildings and people in Australia won't fall off.
Ooh, that was a pretty good explanation. Now, what about Einstein's theory of relativity? How do you see that?
So, like I said, relativity came up when the flat Earth movement was starting to grow at the turn of the century. Everyone was turning to flat Earth, and so they were in scramble mode trying to figure a way to get everybody back in their fantasy worldview. And so they came up with this philosophical idea of relativity, which banishes any non-moving object to obscurity, so that they say everything's moving, the earth is moving, the stars are moving, the sun's moving, everything's moving, and that motion is all relative. So you can't say anything is stationary, and you can't even say anything is central. That's when they got rid of the heliocentric. So it's relativity is just another philosophical subterfuge to get people to disbelieve their own senses and start to think that, hey man, it's all relative. It's like everything's moving, so you don't know if you're moving. You wouldn't feel it. That's why you hear from all these people like, you think it's motionless because you can't feel the motion? Stupid. Like, it's so stupid to believe your own common sense, but that's what they've done. They're us to believe your own common sense, because we've all been taught since we're little children that of course that we're moving around thousands of miles per hour. So relativity was just the next step, and just like NASA, the moon landing hoax was the next step shortly after that. And nowadays, like I said, gravitational waves apparently they found in 7 new Earth-like planets they just found last week. They have to come up with their damage control nonsense to keep spinning the fairy tales so that the entranced sheeple won't wake up to the flat Earth truth. And they've been doing it for 500 years. Relativity is just yet another step along that path of damage control to try and prevent people from understanding the truth.
Yeah, I think that for me, my life is like really big on intuition and how I feel and what I sense. I'm kind of a sensitive person, so I trust my feelings and my intuition over anything. And right off the bat, I don't think it's even feel like we're spinning, and that's just off of my intuition, no science behind it. And when I go up in the plane and I go really high, I look out and it looks all flat. And one thing that I've been thinking about recently that I kind of feel I didn't realize before is when the sun is at 12 o'clock and it's midday, the sun is blazing hot. And then at 6 o'clock, the sun is already not hot as much. So if the sun was so far away, it shouldn't change temperatures off a little like turn. You just turn a little bit. Now it's like a little temperature. It's a lot different of the rays. So I think that means that the sun is a lot closer, because if it was so far away, one, it would turn black immediately, but it doesn't. It goes to sunset and it goes to like light out, but no sun. And then so it's like this process of like almost the sun going further away from you, because I can feel it. I can feel it on my skin when I run at 12 o'clock in the day, or when I run at 5 o'clock. I'm like, fuck, 5 o'clock is too late. I need more sun in my life. So I think that my feeling has always been taking me to where I feel like is true. And I'm like, man, this doesn't make any sense. Because one, I don't feel like we're spinning. I don't feel like when I go up in a plane that we're on a ball. When I go to Japan hours, when I fly back, it's 9. It would be twice. It would be 5 hours to get there and then 20 hours to get back. It would be such a big difference in the time it takes to get to places if the Earth was spinning. But since it's not spinning, it's basically the same time. Imagine going to Australia and then coming back, it's the same time. It's like, wait, what about the fucking spin?
Eric, what do they claim is the proof that, and when did they check pendulums or something?
We can't hear him.
But they've tried to claim that it does, including using pendulums. In the mid-1800s, a guy named Leon Foucault swing pendulums and putting little pins at the end, and he used a ball and socket joint so that the pendulum was able to swing in a circle, and claimed that that's the Earth moving underneath the pendulum. And nowadays in museums all over the world, this stupid trick is still being used, where they put a pendulum and and the modern day ones are computer run. They're not even like real pendulums, but an actual pendulum, and it would all be determined based on how you start the motion. There's no way to not give some slight lateral bias at the beginning of starting a pendulum in motion. And so sometimes the pendulums would swing way too fast, sometimes they'd swing too slow, sometimes they'd swing the opposite direction, sometimes they wouldn't swing at all. But these pendulums are being used all over the world now as proof that the Earth is spinning underneath them.
You have another question?
Not at the moment.
Now, what TJ? That video I sent you that we were going to debunk. I sent you that YouTube link that we were going to debunk. Right? It's basically the top 10. What do the top 10 flat Earth debunkers say? What are they? What's the usual thing that they say? Like, there's no way the Earth is flat because the planets. What is the? What is the most popular one? Can you hear me? Did you freeze out?
It's Skype a little bit. We'll reconnect.
Can you hear that right there? Can you hear that?
Yeah, we should probably say. Should probably tell everyone he's in Thailand. So sometimes Skype doesn't always work. So we're still on. We're still on the air. Everything's rolling fine.
Let me play this real quick. There's another flat earther guy on YouTube. He started off one of his videos with something really cool. Listen to this.
Back again with another static plane truth video. I wanted to start by mentioning that the truth cannot be a theory. Theories can be accepted or assumed to be true, but can be proven false. The truth, on the other hand, cannot be proved as false and therefore cannot be classified as a theory. So, for example, while what goes up must come down is the truth, gravity is a theory to explain this truth, assuming the Earth is a spinning sphere in the void of space, of course. Here, the truth is not some bizarre conspiracy theory like the moon is made of cheese or Michelle Obama isn't actually a man, but he's a reptilian shapeshifter from the constellation Draco. It's important to get out of the way ASAP, as most people apparently categorize the truth with such wild theories, and this simply isn't the case. Okay. Conspiracies are defined as situations where multiple people get together secretly to construct a...
All right, enough of that. I just wanted to put that out there really quick. Eric, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What was the last thing you were saying? You were explaining... Damn, you cut off.
Hey, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you now.
Get into some of the main ball debunking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I mean, I'll go through a few of them. The ships over the horizon, they say that when a ship is receding away from you, the hull disappears before the masthead and it slowly goes up like that, as though it's going over the curve of the Earth. And that was one of Aristotle's first proofs that they used for the ball Earth. That was before telescopes, binoculars, or zoom cameras existed. Nowadays, you can test that for yourself. You watch any ship going away from you until it completely goes over the curve beyond the horizon where you can't see it. And then you take your zoom instrument and you'll be able to zoom completely back on the ship, hull and all the way back into view, proving that when something disappears beyond the horizon, it hasn't sunk below the curvature of a convex sphere. It has simply gone beyond your perspective as far as the law of perspective allows. So just depending on the strength of your instruments, your height, and the conditions of the atmosphere while you're watching, you'll be able to see a shorter or further distance. And when the sun is going away from us, as Crone was saying, we're not spinning. It is literally going away from us. And just like a plane or anything else, it starts to go down on the horizon, down, 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 until it completely disappears. Now, those planes that are doing that are not about to crash into the Earth. They're not curving under the ball. Otherwise, you'd see the bottom of the plane. You don't see the bottom of the clouds curving over. What you see is point perspective. Like any artist knows, everything converging to the one center point of wherever you're looking at that time. Just like in a narrow hallway, the edges, the sides come in to a point, the ceiling comes down to that point, and the floor rises up to that point. And that's just how our vision works. And that's why a boat going away from you seems to disappear over the curve of a ball. If you've been told it's a ball, then that's what you're going to believe. But if you get out a zoom camera and you zoom the entire thing back into focus, then you can see that's not what happened. And with the sun, as the sun is dipping down, you got to get a really good camera, but it can be done. And there are examples of this on YouTube. You can zoom it in, and the sun, which was either completely disappeared, half disappeared, you name it, on the horizon, will rise up on the horizon. The sun hasn't risen up. You've just changed your perspective by looking at it through a zoom camera and brought it back into focus. This is because it's moving away from you, just as we're talking about. So this is one of the arguments. They say that the shadow of the ball Earth is on the moon. That's how we know that the Earth is a ball. First of all, you don't know that that's a shadow. All you see is that the moon is being covered up by something. And second of all, just that darkness happening doesn't send the sun and the moon both in the sky while an eclipse happens, which means they're not 180 degrees apart from each other, and the sun couldn't possibly be casting the Earth's shadow onto the moon. So you got to come up with a different explanation. Ancient cultures throughout history have had an explanation. It was called Rahu, the black sun. And they said that there was a third body in the sky, which is a dark body, the same size as the sun and the moon, and it eclipses them. They lie to you and they say that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away. And that's why they look exactly the same size. Yeah, just like crazy. They say the moon turns at just the right rate so that the Earth is turning and you don't see it. They have all of these convenient explanations to explain away your common sense like this. You can see for yourself that the sun and the moon are about the same size. You can see that they travel about the same path. Upside down, so you have no friggin' idea what is going on here. You have no idea what's important. You have no idea what science really is. You have no idea what truth really is. So you're an absolutely malleable, pliable slave just they want you to be. And that's the real reason. But it's really difficult to tell people who are just getting into this, and they want to know why. They want to know. They haven't even looked into the evidence yet. But when you do look into the evidence, you find out the truth. You're going to find out more and more that this is a total method of control of the world. It's world domination. The psychopathic desire for thousands of years, it's come to fruition. A group of psychopaths has made this happen. They do rule the world. That's a whole nother subject that you can get into once you find out that you really have been lied to and who's doing it and why.
What is another truth or another point that
ball point that they bring up?
Yes, give me another one.
Effect that they say that storms in the other hemisphere rotate counterclockwise, and toilets in the north hemisphere rotate clockwise and the other way in the south hemisphere. So you can flush your toilet, and that's proof that the Earth is spinning. But it just depends on the shape of the basin and the way the water is entering it. So a sink or a toilet in the same household could spin opposite directions depending on how the water is coming into it. So, and storms don't only spin clockwise in one hemisphere and only the other way. They do seem to show them the majority of time being that way to bolster their model. But you can find many examples of the opposite. And if there's an exception to the rule, then it's not a rule, and it can't be used as proof that the Earth is spinning because all these storms are supposedly spinning this way.
So people, a lot of times when I start to talk about this, they're like, yeah, Cronin, all these facts, they might be true. But on a molecular level, everything is round. They're like, oh, everything is round. Like when you go down to the atom, everything is round. And it makes sense to me, like, yeah, everything is round. But I don't think that the world is not necessarily round. I just think that what we live on is flat. So I've just given you a little idea, if you guys can see here. So we all have eyes, right? Our eyes are the center of everything. You know, that when you look in somebody's eyes, you can read them. When everybody has eyes. So it's like the opening for you in this world is your eyes. Everything is about the eye. And then the eye looks kind of like this in my drawing, right? It's an eye.
Yeah.
You got the shell of the eyelid.
Uh-huh.
Then you got the color, which is the line. Then you got whatever the fuck is holding it. So I believe that we are on a big eye. And this is the color, is where we live. We're in this dome over here. And whatever something's contained, or I would think is contained all this. And I don't know what's on the outside. There could be a bunch of eyes. There could be eyes all over the place in these little domes. But I think it's a pretty connective thing when you understand the color of the eye, how everybody has eyes, and how the eye is like the center of everything. Like we are the universe. We're living in a universe in their little eyes in this big eye. That's what I believe.
As for the balls, everything's balls. They say that the planets are balls. They're CGI fake images they show us are balls, just like atoms and electrons and protons and neutrons. They show us fake images of balls, and they say that this is what atoms look like. But even through an electron microscope, you don't see little balls flying around in a solar system the way that they tell us it does. So when people use fantasy to back up fantasy, it's pretty funny. They're like, oh, the atoms are balls, so the Earth is a ball. So you've never seen the Earth be a ball, you've never seen a planet be a ball, you've never seen an atom be a ball, but you're willing to take all of these fantasies at face value and say that it must be. Meanwhile, ignoring your own experience, which says that water always finds its level, whether it's in a glass, whether it's in a bathtub, whether it's in a swimming pool, whether it's in a lake, whether it's an ocean. Water is always level. That's why we use water as a leveling tool. Nowadays we have lasers, so you can check again, and the laser will level out over the water. The horizon is always flat. And not only is it flat, 360 degrees around you, no matter how high you rise, it rises with you, because it's the law of perspective we were talking about, and not the curvature of a ball. If the horizon was the curvature of the ball Earth, as you've been taught, then as you rose above it, no matter how big that ball was, it could be 1,000,000 times bigger than they say the Earth is. If it's a ball, it will curve away from you. And as you rise up, you would have to tilt your head and look down further and further to be able to see that horizon. But you'll never look down to the horizon on our Earth. It will always rise up right with you. And as you turn around, it'll be 360 degrees flat and at eye level, unless you're recording with a GoPro camera, and then it will change to convex and concave depending on the dip and the tilt of the camera, because it's a wide angle lens. This is what the Red Bull Dive used on their outside camera. At 128,000 feet, you can see the curve of the Earth, which was the exact same curve of the Earth. If you watch right from the liftoff, when they started, the Earth was already curving that exact amount, because it's just a wide angle lens. And then as they go up 128,000 feet, horizon's still there, and then the inside camera gives it away, which was not a wide angle lens. As they open the door, parallel, right at eye level, the horizon was totally flat. And then when they go to the outside camera, boom, curved just like that. It's complete camera trickery. This is how they get people to believe in the ball Earth, is just using GoPro cameras. Zero-G planes are these planes that do parabolic maneuvers. The vomit comet you might have heard of, where you're able to be weightless. This is how they fake inside shots of the ISS. Outside shots of the ISS, they fake in dark pools, like the Neutral Buoyancy Lab at NASA, where they admit that they practice for their spacewalks underwater. And people like Luca Parmitano have been sent to the emergency room when he was supposedly in outer space because water started leaking into his helmet. And so there had to be explanations to the hospital staff and his family and everyone else as to how that could friggin' be possible. Well, it's because outer space is underwater as far as exterior shots. Interior shots are done on zero-G planes and with green screens and wires. You can even see the harnesses they use to act like they're floating oftentimes in their longer ISS shots. So it's all camera trickery, Hollywood techniques that have got people believing in the spinning ball nowadays. Nowadays, most people don't even know the stuff we're talking about, the olden day proofs, like the shadow on the moon and the ships disappearing over the horizon. If they see a fake picture That's all it takes to dupe today's public.
One thing I've been wondering about lately about the moon missions is they were gone for supposedly like what, just something like that. What is it, like 4 or 5 days? Right,
The
Eric?
first mission was 3 days.
I wonder, like, I want to know how they explain taking dumps in those suits. Like, what if they had like explosive and what? Like, is there a tube going in their ass? Like, what is it? Are they wearing? They must be wearing diapers. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, they claim diapers, I think.
They have to wear diapers, right? Can you imagine having to take a dump on the moon? How you?
Man,
and it's got to stink. I mean, there's no way. It's got to be some airtight diaper or something, right?
You gotta look at the picture of the fucking moon machine that landed on the moon. You look at that picture now in 2017, and you're like,
yeah,
there's no way that little fucking thing landed on the moon. Are you kidding me? That thing, I could push that thing. It's like aluminum foil, right?
All right, I'm curious because obviously, like, yeah, it does look really fake. Like
There's
high schoolers could make that
rods,
back in the day. But
foil.
I'm curious though.
Cardboard construction paper. It looks like a 1960s version of what they thought futuristic shit would look like, and nowadays it looks absolutely laughable to think that could possibly have landed on the moon. As you said, there's no way they can take shit on the moon. They say that they shit in diapers, but in reality, you can see Buzz Aldrin. If you look at some of the photographs they took while supposedly on the moon, and you look at the timestamps, 2 minutes elapses, and suddenly he's changed his gloves. Another 2 minutes elapses, and his boots are different. Another 2 minutes elapses, and he's got a different backpack on, or a whole different color spacesuit. So when you look into the moon landing, there's anomaly after anomaly after anomaly like this that you'll see, which shows that they were just faking it in a studio. The times on the picture, the timestamps they claim are complete nonsense. They just make it all up, and they fake the timeline. And then when you ask for actual evidence, like the original footage and the telemetry data, they just have to say, we lost it. Sorry, $30 billion of your taxpayer money, the greatest accomplishment of mankind, having someone walk on the moon, but we lost the footage. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm having a lot of fun watching the head of NASA. I forget his name, the current head of NASA, or maybe he was the head of NASA 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. Him in front of Congress trying to get money and trying to increase their budget. Those are fucking hilarious. Have you seen these, Eric?
Yeah.
That's the funniest shit ever. Like the congressman going, wait, what do we need $4 billion? Didn't you guys already go to the moon? And they're he's getting grilled, but this guy's he sounds like a used car salesman trying to it's hilarious.
Right.
I wish we could pull that out. You know what I'm talking about, right?
The guys on
We
the
can pull
Mars
it up.
missions, I like that too.
Hey, I'm curious.
The NASA officials speak of the Mars missions.
Oh,
NASA
yes.
Actors, and you can see them just filleting Satan to try and get a couple extra dollars of taxpayer money.
You guys talk about NASA like they're the game in town. Like SpaceX is sending people into space next year. At least that's what they say. What do you guys think about that? Like, they want to take 2 civilians around to the dark side of the moon. Like, if I'm SpaceX right now, civilian number 1, if he's willing to get on the ship, it's Eric Dubay. Because if I can shoot Eric Dubay up into space and he sees the world's round, case closed. Done. Over. Right? No?
Okay. SpaceX is just as private as Alex Jones, and that's why SpaceX is never going to admit this, just like Alex Jones wouldn't allow your flat Earth videos on his site, Eddie.
You think Alex Jones is part of this movement?
Absolutely.
He's just feeding.
I know him. I just don't think so, because if he is controlled opposition, they fucked up. Because don't you think the establishment, the globalists, people, don't you think they wanted Hillary to win and they didn't want Trump? Because that's why everyone's against Trump. The CIA is against Trump. Everybody's against Trump. The whole political system, the Republicans, Democrats, entertainment, it's like Trump was an accident. And if Alex Jones is controlled opposition, that's a big fuck up there, right? Because he was responsible for Trump getting elected pretty much, right?
There you go. Alex is just as establishment as Trump is, but the establishment wants you to think both of them are anti-establishment. And that's how their WWE game works, where they give you their polar opposites and you pick one or the other, and you're controlled either way. I mean,
I think, no,
Alex,
seriously, I think Alex, I think he really, really cares about bringing liberty back to this country. I think he really is anti-globalist.
Your video.
Well, he censored.
Absolutely. That's why he censored your videos, because he totally kept. That's why your videos were allowed up for, the first video was up for 5 hours before he took it down, where you mentioned my name over and over again. And then the next video, you did the same thing. That one lasted 4 hours.
But it's flat Earth, though. I understand, because when I first heard of it, like I said at the top of the podcast, when I first heard.
I've been telling Alex Jones about flat Earth since 2009.
But don't you understand how crazy it sounds? It does sound crazy, and most people think it's crazy. I was violently opposed to flat Earth. Whenever, really, I mean, I understand people not buying into it at first, and maybe not ever. You know, there's enough debunker videos out there that, you know, that if you get on the wrong video, it could just kill your whole journey. You know, your truth journey by picking the wrong video, and then it's, you know what I mean? I understand why people laugh at the flat Earth theory, because I did. I thought it was ridiculous. It made me angry and shit. So I get it. None of those guys at the Alex Jones show, to me, there's a big crew, and I can't say they're being paid by someone. They are. You know, they're on a certain level of conspiracy theory, right? They're 9/11 inside job. JFK was it was a conspiracy. They're on that level, but the flat Earth, space don't exist the way we think it exists. We've been lied to, and all that. That's a whole nother level. You know what I mean? So it'll take some time, but I think Alex Jones pulled my flat Earth stuff because it might. Distract from what his mission is. His mission is all about Trump. You know, let's get Trump through. Let's protect Trump. It's all about Trump. That's his mission. If he start talking about like, you know, Holocaust denier type stuff, he ain't gonna talk about that. That'll just kill his mission. He can't bring that up. Even Holocaust deniers won't bring that up if they're trying to make a point about some other stuff. They know that'll kill their point. So let's just stay away from that, because right now it's not the right time. There's another mission. And Alex Jones' mission really is, it's on a political level. He's trying to, he's on air burying Hillary. I like that. He's on air burying CNN. I like that shit. Trump said CNN is fake news, and he calls it very fake news. I don't know. Trump may be a trick, but damn, he's calling CNN fake news. That's some good shit right there. I like that. He's the last hope. I know Hillary. If Hillary would have got in, it was over. I'd move to Iceland. But look at
Trump
is the last hope.
Look at all the he talked like he was against the establishment, and like he started saying all these about 9/11, about the Federal Reserve, all this shit, and then
Trump.
But then when he got elected, all the people he's putting into office were all the same people from before. Everybody's the same establishment. So that's where the line, I think, is.
Yeah, I don't know about Trump. I don't know, but I know for damn sure he's better than Hillary.
Yeah, who knows? But the point is that what does Trump bring to the table? Trump brings he brings separation. He's separating people from each other. He's separating the Mexicans from the Americans from the Americans, the blacks from the whites, the girls from the women. He's creating all this division between all of us. And I think that is wrong, because any kind of leader, anybody, anything needs to understand that we all need to work together. And like you start to
Hey, you're cutting out right now, Eric. Hold on.
You're cutting out a little bit, but
try now.
Say it again.
That's what controlled opposition does. Controlled opposition is there to divide any sort of legitimate movement that might come up. And that's why Alex, you said his brand of truth, and that's what he's pushing. Yeah, if your truth has limits, then you're what's known as a gatekeeper. And that's exactly what he is. He's a gatekeeper so that you won't ever get into the idea that we haven't been on the moon. You'll never question any sort of cosmology or NASA. You'll never understand that the Earth is flat and that that's the biggest conspiracy of all of them. Nor will he tell you about the Masons and the Jews who control the Masons, who are above them. His show is all about watering it down and claiming that the Bilderberg group is the top conspiratorial stone. They both existed for 50 years, and they are the tippy top of his conspiracy. And
Hey, you're breaking up a little bit. Let's like maybe let it.
brand of conspiracy will think that these innocuous groups are actually bone broth is more along the lines of what Alex Jones is all about. The more bone broth and other people, that's what it's about. He's not about truth. I've been talking to Alex, trying to send him the truth for the longest time. He knows about me. That's why he deleted me off of your YouTube video. He's a complete gatekeeper, and it's so obvious to someone like me who's a genuine truth seeker, and I've been in this thing for over a decade. But I understand that, you know, Trump and Alex Jones, they are the second level gatekeepers for people that have broken through the mainstream and they don't actually get how deep the conspiracy goes. They're there to corral and honeypot you into never getting further than their little brand of the truth, which is, you know, sure, he says a lot of great stuff. I mean, I was an Alex Jones fan, and I agree with, you know, 80% maybe of the things that he says, but it's the 20% that not only does he not get into, but he purposely covers up. He will shut off your phone call. He will take down your video. And when you talk about flat earth, and, oh, that's a fake phone call, cut him off. That's a flat earth. He knows about this. He knows about all the questions about the moon landing hoax. I've seen him interview Buzz Aldrin and all the other people. He's heard you, Eddie. He knows everything. Look at their face. Look at Leanne McAdoo as she's interviewing. I mean, the gatekeeping couldn't be more obvious. I've talked to several people. I've talked to probably more people than anyone on this earth about the flat earth. And normal people do not act the way that the people at InfoWars act when you're just trying to, especially when they're supposedly trying to give you a voice. You don't act that way when you're just having a conversation about these things, especially when you're conspiratorial minded like Alex Jones. Why the heck can't he? You know, I can't fathom that. You know, they lie about everything else, but they don't lie about this. And of course, the voice I'm doing is part of the shtick too. I haven't heard of conspiracies for the first time, and Alex Jones is your first introduction into this, and you see him just going off. And there's compilations that are hilarious. I love watching them. I think that this is where your truth is coming from. Gatekeeping techniques. David Icke did the same thing with his shape-shifting reptilians from the hollow moon base. He gives you all this great information. I agree with almost everything he says, every book he writes, and then he comes out, oh, by the way, the elites are all shape-shifting reptilians that come from a hollow moon base from Draconis. Okay, David, what the... You know what's up there. These are controlled opposition. That's what Lenin said. If you want to control, if you want to control the opposition, you have to lead it ourselves. And so they know this. They don't just give you one side of the coin. They give you the other side. And that's why everyone's falling for Trump and everything. Is, oh, look, he's saying what I want to hear. He's saying all the right things. Of course he does. Obama used to say all the things you wanted to hear 8 years ago, too. And that's why he got elected into office. They just update their rhetoric with the contemporary
Did you think they had to, because with Obama, they came with, especially after George W.
You're breaking up a little bit. You might want to just.
And then they spout it, and they.
But we can't hear anything. We should just let him like charge up.
Let's just reconnect with him quick.
Okay.
You got some buffer.
He needed a break. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Trump could be part of the whole program, because based on CIA whistleblowers, based on what they say, the CIA is designed to just destroy economies and just go in there and fuck up countries like they've done in every South American, Central American country. All of them are in shambles economically. And that's the way it is. You take a country, they're easy to control when they crush the economy, easy to control.
I just got back from Brazil like 2 weeks ago, and it's like, how the fuck you're going to tell me this country that has all the resources in the world, has the best like soil to do all this, and you're telling, and I'm driving through the slums. I'm like, how is this even possible? How did this get this way? Obviously, this wasn't an accident. It's not a complete shambles because it is an accident, because accidents correct themselves. People are always working to get better. Nobody's working to get worse unless you're being purposely, unless somebody's putting holes in your boat on purpose or blowing your boat up. Either way.
Yeah. Every country America, Mexico, all the countries,
Africa,
all of them.
all of them.
Just on this side, all of them are in shambles. They're all third world type countries. You don't think they're trying to do that here? I think it's the easiest way to control, because the globalists, the people that are running the planet, I'm guessing they're not all American. I'm guessing they don't give a shit about a country. I'm guessing that they it's all about control with them, and it's easier to control a country when you have them broke down. They're all fighting against each other. Yeah.
Ignorant. You keep them ignorant. You keep them dumb. You keep them
put them on
poor.
Put
shitty
them
job.
on government food, on government health care. Put them on all that shit. So if anybody steps out of line, boom, we pull the plug on them. Bam, boom. What? Boom, bam. You there, Eric?
Yep. You got it.
We lost you for a while there. We lost you, man.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So enough about Alex Jones. But let me say this about Alex Jones. Let me say this. I think there's I know you think he's like getting paid to say certain things and all that. I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess. But Alex Jones was on JRE, and that's the biggest podcast of all time, right? So whatever anybody thinks about Alex Jones, that podcast is the biggest podcast of all time. He did take a lot of people who were completely asleep and kind of get their eyes open. I mean, that's why it was the biggest podcast of all time, the biggest show of all time. And he got some people that were totally asleep, and he got them to wake up a little bit, even if it's just JFK or Pizzagate or Tower 7 or chemtrails, even if it is something like that, you can't go from being totally asleep to believing in the flat earth theory. You got to bring them along. You got to, explain Tower 7 a little bit and kind of wake them up. You don't want to jump into the crazy shit right away. There's a way to do it. You know what I mean? So whether Alex believes in flat earth or not, I believe he's just like most people that think it's so crazy. I believe he thinks you're crazy, and I believe he thinks that you're a waste of time. And most people do. Most people don't believe you. I love the things you're saying. I love the way you break down NASA science. I love that shit. I love the way you break down what we were brought up to believe. I love that shit. But most people don't. And just because Alex Jones doesn't want to have anything to do with you, I get it, because I was that way. I was, if someone would have introduced me to you a year ago and you were trying to come at me with flat earth, I would think you were the biggest fucking idiot ever. And I would tell you that. And maybe I wouldn't tell you that. I know you do Wing Chun. Maybe I wouldn't say anything, but yeah, I get it. So my point is, Alex Jones goes on JRE, opens up, he cracks open a lot of brains, even if it's on the low level conspiracy. And even you yourself, you said, I've heard you talk about how you got into flat earth at first. You got into Alex Jones, you got into 9/11, JFK, and really you thought Alex Jones was a gatekeeper. So then you moved up to different levels of conspiracies. But even just that, you could say he is a gatekeeper. He did open the door. So whether he's getting paid by Israel or whatever that is, we're right here, me and you talking, you know what I mean? And people always tell me Alex Jones is a shill. You're not the only one. I've heard that by so many different conspiracy theories. And I think a lot of it has to do with you're on different missions. If you're on a mission to wake people up about healthcare or whatever, that's your mission. If you're on a mission to wake people up about what's going on in Africa, that's your mission. If I'm trying to explain apartheid to someone and I get into nuclear bombs don't exist, that's just going to kill everything. You know what I mean? And you could say, but the reason you got to understand that to understand everything, whether he's controlled opposition or not, it's like, I think, he's opened up a lot of people's eyes on that podcast. Then I ended up going on his show, dropping, flat earth bombs, that dinner conversation we had. So it's all like I'm not mad at Alex Jones. He's got his thing. He's into Trump, whatever. Maybe Trump is a big trick. Maybe he's part of it and doesn't know it. But to me, he's just a guy who doesn't need a teleprompter. And I mean, very few people can do that. No teleprompter and can go for 6 hours straight, dropping all sorts of political stuff, political documents and CIA documents and chemtrail this and healthcare here and NSA here. He's on that level. There's nothing wrong with that. Everything he said, like he's saying like 90% of the things he says I agree with, and it seems like he's into his family, and he's into Americana, as he says. He's definitely not on the Hillary side, and that's a beautiful thing, because for me, I believe that whole Hillary, Podesta, Bill Clinton, Obama, even the Bushes, all that was the true darkness. That's the true darkness. Trump might be part of that too, but for sure we know Hillary, Obama, Bill, all that side, that's the darkness right there. So maybe Trump is part of it. Maybe we got fooled, maybe they had him team up with Alex Jones to take the propaganda up a notch. Because if I was in the Illuminati, that would be my idea. I go, the next president, we got to get him into Alex Jones. We got to get him into conspiracy theories. People go, oh shit, he's the truth, right? It would have to be something like that. We'd have to go high level sophistication, because Obama kind of did that, because when he was running for office, he had posters of Che Guevara like behind him. So people were thinking, oh man, he's all about, true revolution. This guy's the man. And people were believing it. He's such a good speaker. And Obama, and then, he's black, and people were like, hope, oh shit, and then once he gets in, you're like, oh my God, he's just part of the whole program. And maybe we'll find that out about Trump too, but I don't know. Trump looked at CNN and said, you're fake news. And then he said, you're very fake news. I like that. We know CNN is 100% propaganda, right? CIA?
They know you like that. That's why he's saying it. Like I said, it's all the rhetoric. It's the updated version.
Oh, that's
falling apart.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That would be the most sophisticated thing they could do, is have a president who's in the middle of waking up to conspiracy. Holy shit, right? You think that's what it is?
Absolutely. Alex will wake up to this eventually once he can't not wake up to it anymore. He can delete your videos now and pretend that he doesn't know who Eric Dubay is and all this. He's not going to be able to do that for long. And soon everyone's going to come in and they're going to be saying like they knew all along, and they're not part of it. They weren't part of the people hiding it. Yeah. No,
you think you could actually? You think the masses will ever? You think it is growing at a tremendous pace, the flat earth movement. That is pretty incredible.
I think the flat earth is just one part of many things, and I think really there's no president that's going to change the world for the better. Nobody's going to come in here and be like, let's make this a better place. That was JFK, and he wasn't here for long. So I think now it has to be, everybody has to understand that we are all here together. We are all working together, and we can change the world ourselves. Nobody's going to come in and just make the world the way you want it to be. It's the same way. It's like I own a company and I want to hire somebody and then just expect that them, when I hire them, that they're going to do the perfect job. It's like, no, the people, you need to work every day. The people need to all be on the same page. And if something needs to change, you need to change it. You can't expect somebody else is going to come in here and save the day. Nobody can save the day. If we want something done, if we want something, we need it. We need to go get it. We need to do it. We need to organize.
Eric, what about satellites? Absolutely. People are like, what about satellites? I see satellites up in the air. Like, to me, it would be impossible to see a satellite if they're about the size of a bus and they're like 100,000 feet in the air, and
a lot further than that.
And then a plane, a 747 is way bigger than a satellite. But let's just say that a satellite is the size of a 747 jet. At 30,000 feet, you can barely see it. It's a speck at 30,000 feet. Now you're talking over 100,000 feet or whatever it is. What is it, like 100 miles in the air? They're supposed to be floating around these satellites. There's no way you're going to be able to see that. So when people say, oh, I see satellites, you could see them in the air. Do the math. The science is, you can barely see a 747 at 30,000 feet. That's the science. You're going to see a satellite the size of a bus, a couple miles in the air, whatever it is, right?
Right. No, there's no satellites. The closest ones, they say, are 100 miles, and there's ones that are 200 miles away. And like you said, no, you can't see a bus from 100 miles away. Not only that, but the place in the atmosphere they say they are is supposedly so hot that all of the elements the satellites are made of have melting points much lower than that, so the satellites would totally melt. Beyond that, none of the pictures, you look at satellite pictures on NASA, you can't find a single image that isn't a cartoon. They're obviously all fake images. There's no real image of a satellite. And from your own experience, you know that no matter how high you go up, there isn't some magic mystery point where you can just go up, 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 and suddenly you start floating. Like they say that satellites, astronauts, and the ISS is able to do. They say that the Earth and the Earth are constantly spinning. So the higher up you go in the atmosphere, the higher the rate of spin, so that where the ISS is, the atmosphere is actually spinning at 17,500 miles per hour. When you see those images of them like they're out in outer space in the stillness doing their little slow motion movements underwater, they say that they're actually moving at 17,000 miles per hour. And then they say that the atmosphere continues to go faster and faster to some unknown point where they won't tell us because it would collapse the whole nonsense if they did. But at some unknown point, the spinning, progressively faster spinning atmosphere gives way to non-spinning vacuum space, non-atmosphere. So it's a point where you just pop out, and instead of coming right back down to Earth like everyone else, a skydiver, anyone else that's ever tried to go high up, there's this point, and then you float out and you're in a vacuum. And somehow they say a vacuum, a negative pressure system, can exist adjacent to a positive pressure system, an atmosphere, without a solid barrier in between. You know, that's impossible too. If you've got a spray can of deodorant, the only reason it's in there is because it's got a solid barrier separating it from the atmosphere outside of the can, from the different pressure system that's on the inside of the can. And if you break it open, then they equalize, and there you go. And so if we actually had a vacuum of space and an spinning atmosphere around our planet the way that they say they would, the vacuum seal would be broken, and there is no way that there could be some mystery point like that. And they claim that their rockets are in the vacuum space, and the rockets are going to the moon. But if you're in vacuum space and there's no atmosphere for your jet propulsion to go off of, then you're going to go 360 degrees like a gyroscope, and you would never go anywhere because you couldn't point any direction because there's no atmosphere to go.
Wait, well, what about like direct TV then? Like seriously, like you said, there's no satellites. What about satellite television and satellite weather and satellite radio? Like that's
how easy it is. You just put the word satellite before it, and everyone believes that that's how it's being done, when in actuality everything is being done via ground-based towers and wires. All the technology that satellites supposedly do were already done before satellites were supposedly invented by a science fiction writer named Arthur C. Clarke. He's the one that postulated satellites, and then within 10 years they really existed, and they're out there now. There's 20,000 of them supposedly out there spinning around the ball Earth. Well, the technology that they supposedly do for us is already capable via ground-based technology.
All right,
towers, wires across the ocean.
Yeah,
I'm the skeptic here, real quick. When you look at satellite TV and you say it's just going over the air, then explain to me, if it's going over the air, then the towers that would be feeding it would be underneath the clouds. If that's the case, why on a rainy day when I have satellite television can I not watch my direct TV? Because they tell me it's because the satellite can't get its signal to me because it's raining and the cumulus clouds are too big.
Yeah, the ground tower can't get its signal to you during that day, and that's why. But they want you to believe they have gold foil wrapped metals up there spinning around in the atmosphere that's sending you signals, and that's why it's not getting there.
But
the technology is not
the technology, so you're basically telling me that it's fed to me like a radio signal is, right, from an FM tower.
Yes.
Okay, so now when FM signals, I don't know if television signals are the same, but when an FM signal is transmitting on a cloudy day, it is actually better than it is if it's not cloudy, because the sun rays will destroy a radio wave. It eats it up. So that's why, like, for example, AM signals are better at night because they're not getting destroyed with the sun's rays. So on a cloudy day, the sun can't access the radio wave, an AM signal, so it comes in better. I don't know if that's the same for television, but if that's the case, then for me, you wouldn't see a difference in quality at all from a cloudy day if the tower is underneath the clouds. And if you did, it would be better and not worse.
So satellites must exist. Now, if satellites existed in the positions that they say they are, they're all over
Can you hear me at the back? As if. When did that stop working? Yeah, good on Eddie. When Eddie said that the globe was dead, you could tell he was a no good kid. Ages ago, I didn't have the watch screen on. I wasn't watching on the watch screen. Half an hour, okay. Do you want me to backtrack it half an hour? Was you enjoying it? How do Marcel? Shout out to all the chatters. Hillbilly, Felix, Doctor. I popped to the shop to get some Rizzlers, and oh my gosh, so funny. I said to these two people, my friends, I said, you know, when I used to come in and you used to download on you, you know, you never guess what I've learned today. You never guess what I've learned today. Well, this and that. You know, no matter what conspiracy I've been looking into for like, it's been 2 years at least have known me. And I said, when I used to leave the house, did you used to 2 years ago? Fucking hell, Dal, it's getting worse. He says, vaccines don't work. And they was both pissing themselves. I went, yeah, now the boot's on the other foot, innit?
Suddenly.
What was that? Was that someone in here? Because I can't see. Oh, shit, that shit me up. What was that? What's that? Let me just finish this biffed up.
I know it takes the soul of life. He only wants the life he doesn't get it flat. I see these people lying still to disrupt the show. I said I think it's fact, cause his words come out of his lungs. I see that I think it's fact, cause his words come out of his lungs. I see the line of struggle saying it's not fact. Cause massive brainwash, do you think I'm going mad? I tell my friends it's like and they just walk away. They seem to laugh, maybe for the night and all of the day. I look inside your soul, I see your heart is black. And if you knew where you try to take it back, maybe you have to fade away, then you have to face up the facts. It's not easy facing up, you're convinced the world is not flat. No longer will their lies continue to be. They could not foresee that the world would know the truth. If you look hard enough into the setting sun, you'll come to realize that the whole equation is wrong. And still he wants race war, there's not the whites and blacks. He doesn't want you all to know the world is flat. I look inside your soul, I see your heart is black. And if you knew where you try to take it back, maybe you have to fade away, then you have to face up the facts. Not easy facing up, you're convinced the world is not flat. No longer will their lives continue to fool you. They could not foresee that world would know the truth.
For anyone who denies that this challenge is real. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I was going to put each song with each person and like each flat earth debate that there'd been a twat in. It was all, but oh man, the amount of weight that would have taken. Just thought, oh, bollocks that, I'm just going to release the song. Next up is Vida. Mm-hmm.
Peggy 18.
The Ashland say there is something in the wind, a storm building the sky, chaos rising from below. They whisper
This sounds all too familiar for me.
of the end of Morrowind, the end of us all. Now is the time for arms. Now is the time to fight. Now is the time to return to Morrowind.
Size of mushroom, Stevie. That's what I'm saying.
Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Chile, the French Republic, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, the Union of South Africa, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States.
Oh, those Irish boys, that's who I'd you had to get your fingers in the pie, didn't you? Hey?
States of America. Recognizing that it is in the interest of all mankind that Antarctica shall continue for ever to be used exclusively for peaceful purposes and shall not become the scene nor object of international discord. Acknowledging the substantial contributions to scientific knowledge resulting from international cooperation in scientific investigation in Antarctica. Convinced that the establishment of a firm foundation for the continuation and development of such cooperation on the basis of freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica as applied during the International Geophysical Year accords with the interests of science and the progress of all mankind. Convinced also that a treaty ensuring the use of Antarctica for peaceful purposes only and the continuance of international harmony in Antarctica will further the purposes and principles embodied in the Charter of the United Nations. Have agreed as follows. Article I. 1. Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes only. There shall be prohibited, inter alia, any measure of a military nature, such as the establishment of military bases and fortifications, the carrying out of military maneuvers, as well as the testing of any type of weapon. 2. The present treaty shall not prevent the use of military personnel or equipment for scientific research or for any other peaceful purpose. Article 2. Freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica and cooperation toward that end, as applied during the International Geophysical Year, shall continue, subject to the provisions of the present treaty. Article 3. 1. In order to promote international cooperation in scientific investigation in Antarctica, as provided for in Article 2 of the present treaty, the contracting parties agree that, to the greatest extent feasible and practicable, a. Information regarding plans for scientific programs in Antarctica shall be exchanged to permit maximum economy and efficiency of operations. 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Unofficial text Center for International Law www.sil.nis.edu.sg page 3 of 8. B. Scientific personnel shall be exchanged in Antarctica between expeditions and stations. C. Scientific observations and results from Antarctica shall be exchanged and made freely available. 2. In implementing this article, every encouragement shall be given to the establishment of cooperative working relations with those specialized agencies of the United Nations and other technical organizations having a scientific or technical interest in Antarctica. Article 4. 1. Nothing contained in the present treaty shall be interpreted as a renunciation by any contracting party of previously asserted rights of or claims to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica. B. A renunciation or diminution by any contracting party of any basis of claim to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica which it may have whether as a result of its activities or those of its nationals in Antarctica, or otherwise. C. Prejudicing the position of any contracting party as regards its recognition or Non-recognition of any other state's rights of or claim or basis of claim to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica. 2. No acts or activities taking place while the present treaty is in force shall constitute a basis for asserting, supporting, or denying a claim to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica or create any rights of sovereignty in Antarctica. No new claim, or enlargement of an existing claim, to territorial sovereignty in Antarctica shall be asserted while the present treaty is in force. Article V. 1. Any nuclear explosions in Antarctica and the disposal thereof radioactive waste material shall be prohibited. 2. In the event of the conclusion of international agreements concerning the use of nuclear energy, including nuclear explosions and the disposal of radioactive waste material, to which all of the contracting parties whose representatives are entitled to participate in the meetings provided for under Article 9 are parties, the rules established under such agreements shall apply in Antarctica. Article V. The provisions of the present treaty shall apply to the area south of 60 degrees south latitude, including all ice shelves, but nothing in the present treaty shall prejudice or in 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Unofficial text Center for International Law www.sil.nis.edu.sg page 4 of 8. Any way affect the rights, or the exercise of the rights, of any state under international law with regard to the high seas within that area. Article 7. 1. In order to promote the objectives and ensure the observance of the provisions of the present treaty, each contracting party whose representatives are entitled to participate in the meetings referred to in Article 9 of the treaty shall have the right to designate observers to carry out any inspection provided for by the present article. Observers shall be nationals of the contracting parties which designate them. The names of observers shall be communicated to every other contracting party having the right to designate observers, and like notice shall be given of the termination of their appointment. 2. Each observer designated in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 1 of this article shall have complete freedom of access at any time to any or all areas of Antarctica. 3. All areas of Antarctica, including all stations, installations, and equipment within those areas, and all ships and aircraft at points of discharging or embarking cargoes or personnel in Antarctica, shall be open at all times to inspection by any observers designated in accordance with paragraph 1 of this article. 4. Aerial observation may be carried out at any time over any or all areas of Antarctica by any of the contracting parties having the right to designate observers. 5. Each contracting party shall, at the time when the present treaty enters into force for it, inform the other contracting parties, and thereafter shall give them notice in advance of a. all expeditions to and within Antarctica, on the part of its ships or nationals, and all expeditions to Antarctica organized in or proceeding from its territory. B. All stations in Antarctica occupied by its nationals, and c. Any military personnel or equipment intended to be introduced by it into Antarctica subject to the conditions prescribed in paragraph 2 of Article I of the present treaty. Article 8. 1. In order to facilitate the exercise of their functions under the present treaty, and without prejudice to the respective positions of the contracting parties relating to jurisdiction over all other persons in Antarctica, observers designated under paragraph 1 of Article 7 and scientific personnel exchanged under subparagraph 1b of Article 3 of the treaty, and members of the staffs accompanying any such persons, shall be subject only to the jurisdiction of the contracting party of which they are nationals in 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Unofficial text Center for International Law www.sil.nis.edu.sg page 5 of 8. Respect of all acts or omissions occurring while they are in Antarctica for the purpose of exercising their functions. 2. Without prejudice to the provisions of paragraph 1 of this article, and pending the adoption of measures in pursuance of subparagraph 1e of Article 9, the contracting parties concerned in any case of dispute with regard to the exercise of jurisdiction in Antarctica shall immediately consult together with a view to reaching a mutually acceptable solution. Article 9. 1. Representatives of the contracting parties named in the preamble to the present treaty shall meet at the city of Canberra within 2 months after the date of entry into force of the treaty, and thereafter at suitable intervals and places, for the purpose of exchanging information, consulting together on matters of common interest pertaining to Antarctica, and formulating and considering, and recommending to their governments, measures in furtherance of the principles and objectives of the treaty, including measures regarding a. Use of Antarctica for peaceful purposes only. B. Facilitation of scientific research in Antarctica. C. Facilitation of international scientific cooperation in Antarctica. D. Facilitation of the exercise of the rights of inspection provided for in Article 7 of the treaty. E. Questions relating to the exercise of jurisdiction in Antarctica. F. Preservation and conservation of living resources in Antarctica. 2. Each contracting party which has become a party to the present treaty by accession under Article 13 shall be entitled to appoint representatives to participate in the meetings referred to in paragraph 1 of the present article, during such times as that contracting party demonstrates its interest in Antarctica by conducting substantial research activity there, such as the establishment of a scientific station or the dispatch of a scientific expedition. 3. Reports from the observers referred to in Article 7 of the present treaty shall be transmitted to the representatives of the contracting parties participating in the meetings referred to in paragraph 1 of the present article. 4. The measures referred to in paragraph 1 of this article shall become effective when approved by all the contracting parties whose representatives were entitled to participate in the meetings held to consider those measures. 5. Any or all of the rights established in the present treaty may be exercised as from the date of entry into force of the treaty, whether or not any measures facilitating the exercise of such rights have been proposed, considered or approved as provided in this article. 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Unofficial text Center for International Law www.sil.nis.edu.sg page 6 of 8. Article X. Each of the contracting parties undertakes to exert appropriate efforts, consistent with the Charter of the United Nations, to the end that no one engages in any activity in Antarctica contrary to the principles or purposes of the present treaty. Article 11. 1. If any dispute arises between two or more of the contracting parties concerning the interpretation or application of the present treaty, those contracting parties shall consult among themselves with a view to having the dispute resolved by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, or other peaceful means of their own choice. 2. Any dispute of this character not so resolved shall, with the consent, in each case, of all parties to the dispute, be referred to the International Court of Justice for settlement, but failure to reach agreement on reference to the International Court shall not absolve parties to the dispute from the responsibility of continuing to seek to resolve it by any of the various peaceful means referred to in paragraph 1 of this article. Article 12. 1. A. The present treaty may be modified or amended at any time by unanimous agreement of the contracting parties whose representatives are entitled to participate in the meetings provided for under Article 9. Any such modification or amendment shall enter into force when the depositary government has received notice from all such contracting parties that they have ratified it. B. Such modification or amendment shall thereafter enter into force as to any other contracting party when notice of ratification by it has been received by the depositary government. Any such contracting party from which no notice of ratification is received within a period of 2 years from the date of entry into force of the modification or amendment in accordance with the provision of subparagraph 1A of this article shall be deemed to have withdrawn from the present treaty on the date of the expiration of such period. 2. A. If after the expiration of 30 years from the date of entry into force of the present treaty, any of the contracting parties whose representatives are entitled to participate in the meetings provided for under Article 9 so requests by a communication addressed to the depositary government, a conference of all the Contracting parties shall be held as soon as practicable to review the operation of the treaty. 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Unofficial text middle.center for international law middle.www.sil.nis.edu.sg page 7 of 8. B. Any modification or amendment to the present treaty which is approved as such. A conference by a majority of the contracting parties there represented, including a majority of those whose representatives are entitled to participate in the meetings provided for under Article 9, shall be communicated by the depositary government to all contracting parties immediately after the termination of the conference and shall enter into force in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 1 of the present article. C. If any such modification or amendment has not entered into force in accordance with the provisions of subparagraph 1A of this article within a period of 2 years after the date of its communication to all the contracting parties, any contracting party may at any time after the expiration of that period give notice to the depositary government of its withdrawal from the present treaty, and such withdrawal shall take effect 2 years after the receipt of the notice by the depositary government. Article 13. 1. The present treaty shall be subject to ratification by the signatory states. It shall be open for accession by any state which is a member of the United Nations, or by any other state which may be invited to accede to the treaty with the consent of all the contracting parties whose representatives are entitled to participate in the meetings provided for under Article 9 of the treaty. 2. Ratification of or accession to the present treaty shall be effected by each state in accordance with its constitutional processes. 3. Instruments of ratification and instruments of accession shall be deposited forthwith. The government of the United States of America, hereby designated as the depositary government. 4. The depositary government shall inform all signatory and acceding states of the date of each deposit of an instrument of ratification or accession, and the date of entry into force of the treaty and of any modification or amendment thereto. 5. Upon the deposit of instruments of ratification by all the signatory states, the present treaty shall enter into force for those states and for states which have deposited instruments of accession. Thereafter the treaty shall enter into force for any acceding state upon the deposit of its instruments of accession. 6. The present treaty shall be registered by the depositary government pursuant to Article 102 of the Charter of the United Nations. Article 14. The present treaty, done in the English, French, Russian and Spanish languages, each version being equally authentic, shall be deposited in the archives of the 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Unofficial text middle.center for international law middle.www.sil.nis.edu.sg page 8 of 8. Government of the United States of America, which shall transmit duly certified copies thereof to the governments of the signatory and acceding states.
Well, hi, folks. flat Earth, I dismissed it without even giving it a second thought. But more recently, at the beginning of 2015, I ran across a few flat Earth videos again. And while looking into the fake moon photos circulating around, I saw that people were claiming that the images from Earth from space were fake as well. Pretty soon, viral online. And after looking at the Apollo missions one night and coming to the conclusion that they were nothing more than a huge con game, it jarred my memory about something. And for a very specific reason, I decided to look deeply into the flat Earth without just dismissing it blindly as so many do. Why did I look into it this time? Well, very well discernment. But maybe the recent Apollo footage I watched helped. However, I live near a very large lake, Lake Ontario, and I happen to remember going to the beach as a kid and looking across the lake and seeing New York State coast off in the distance. I never ever thought anything about it ever, except being to the beach. Now, I've been to that beach 100 times over the years. And once this topic gained more prominence in early 2015, the first video I saw explained the curvature of Earth and what it's supposed to be in inches per mile. And it resonated with me because I remember that I could see clear across the lake to the other coast, something that broke all the sphere Earth rules. So with that fakery on my mind and the memory of seeing this coastline that supposedly was too far below the horizon for me to be able to see it due to the curvature of the Earth, I re-examined the flat Earth theory. Because it started to make a lot of sense, especially since I did distinctly remember being able to see that far coast basically anytime I was at night at the beach. And as I've said, I've been there hundreds of times over the years. But even so, I went back to the beach recently and stood at the shore. I looked south, and guess what? I could see the New York State coastline, just like I remember. Now, I Googled the distance, and it was approximately 36 miles. I learned what the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be exactly at that distance. And according to the people that believe in the sphere, I found out the coast should have been buried below my ability to see it by almost 900 feet. That part of the New York State coast had a top elevation of less than 300 feet. So that left at least a huge 600-foot discrepancy, and even more because I could see some of the height of the far shoreline. Was something really wrong with the reality that they've been selling us ever since we were born? Well, I ended up becoming a little fixated on proving or disproving the concept. And at first, I truly thought disproving the flat Earth would be rather easy. I thought there had to be a reasonable explanation so far beyond the so-called curved barrier. I learned about light refraction and superior mirages. I learned about perspective and horizons. I learned about how our eyes work. I viewed dozens of similar experiences on YouTube. I listened to experts and people who thought they had logical but spherical explanations. In fact, I tried for a few months to debunk the concept. I just couldn't. The more I looked into it, the more sense it made, and the less likely that the sphere model we've been spoon-fed since birth was a reality. It's just flat out wrong. And as more people shared their experiences and proofs online, it only added to my growing, pretty much unwavering belief that the world is not what we're told. And learning about how our eyes work and how perspective work helps a lot with understanding sunrises and sunsets and ships disappearing hull first at sea and other supposed sphere Earth proofs. I can't say for certain what shape the Earth is or how big it is, or if there's an Antarctic ring or a barrier beyond it, or if it's an infinite plane. Maybe everything we theorize is not complete. There are so many possibilities that it blows the mind. And the flat Earth has no real complete standard model because it's all based on us finding out things for ourselves. We agree on the facts and certain basics, but the rest is only hypothetical, even if it seemingly makes sense. And as the evidence mounts for both the flat Earth and against the sphere, I wanted to create a special place where folks can learn and share what they've learned with our supporters. Differences of opinion are certainly going to come forth and should be expressed openly. But remember that the goal of my videos and their corresponding threads is to provide the opportunity to use each of us to learn and grow in any area that any of us has a problem with. If there is a thing you can't understand, then ask. Someone will have an opinion and we can go from there. If you have a point to make against considered an accepted flat Earth fact, please provide any relevant links or supporting proofs or videos. I am currently under the impression that the entire space program, even low Earth orbit and all that is there, is really just a sleight of hand trick by a group of illusionists that have swindled the public, the governments of the world, the media, and us into believing a lie. Everybody, a small group of corporations and cabals have almost complete control of the entire educational, high-level governmental and media systems, leaving it up to real armchair scientists and normal people that can critically think and recreate experiments themselves to independently prove or disprove any accepted line of thought about our reality. Look, I ain't the smartest man on the flat Earth, but I ain't no dummy. I'm educated and never, ever questioned or ever thought of an alternative to a sphere Earth until this year. It never entered my mind to question this part of our reality at all, ever. But now I question everything. I'm a Christian, and I think I see the big picture. Thanks for watching my video. If you'd like to see more proof against the heliocentric model and proof against the sphere, then make sure to subscribe to my channel. And if there's anything you disagree with, make sure you leave a note below explaining exactly why. Remember, folks, follow the golden rule. God loves you. We'll talk soon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 4, Shell Beach. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the near-perfect design of the flat Earth model and will break down some of the logic behind the decisions made. It sounds like a big task, and it is, but to start, let's look at something small, like this little guy. Take an ordinary mouse and put it into a glass cage. It doesn't have to be a mouse. It could be a snake, a lizard, an insect. It makes little difference for this exercise. People identify with mice because they're used to seeing them in lab experiments. Mice also don't have any sinister connotations. They're seen as relatively innocent and benign, the perfect test subject, as it were. I have yet to meet anyone who has a bias against the lab mouse. So the mouse goes into the box for the first time, and the reaction is always the same. It explores its surroundings, and more importantly, tests the barrier around it, probing for exits or potential exits. The mouse inspects every inch of its new glass home, and at some point, settles into the acceptance that the walls are indeed solid, and that it may be there for a while. Every so often, it will repeat the process, again checking the boundaries of the cage, just in case something has changed. What it doesn't do is act like it would in the wall, because it realizes that it's in a form of captivity. The glass box doesn't even remotely resemble its natural environment. You could put this box in the middle of a forest, and the mouse may feel slightly better about its situation, but it still knows that it's been trapped against its will, and will settle into a non-native lifestyle. You could take all the other small animals that could be substituted for a mouse, a lizard, the insect. It makes no difference. The result will invariably be the same. Repeated probing for escape routes, then acceptance. Take the same animal and now put it into the middle of a 100-mile square wildlife preserve, surrounded on all sides by a similar black closure. The creature doesn't even bother to rush the size of the preserve and start testing the boundaries, mostly because it's out of visual range. It could be days or even weeks before it even encounters a single fence. The animal's routine is spent doing what it normally would do. It eats, it breeds. It does everything that it would naturally do in the wild. If one day the animal approaches the fence, there might be some curiosity, but any anxiety is quickly resolved by just turning around and heading back into the vast expanse from which it came. The fence does not pose a potential problem for the animals in the preserve because it is so small compared to the expanse they live in, and dwelling on it doesn't hold any interest. We're assuming here that the fence is high enough to discourage flying creatures as well, deep enough to stop burrowing classes, and if you want, reaches the floor of any nearby bodies of water, stopping any clever aquatic types. The point here is that all creatures great and small inside a giant wildlife preserve, encountering the fence, wouldn't care. They would all, in their own way, just shrug and move on with their lives. However, if you take a human, male or female, regardless of education or nurturing, and put them in the exact same wildlife sanctuary, the response would be quite different. When the human approaches the glass fence, they don't see it as a minor distraction. They pause, they wonder, and more importantly, they ask questions, either internally or amongst others. Why is the fence here? How far does it reach? Can they dig underneath, or climb over, or go around it? These questions continue in a way you might imagine, but eventually, a bigger question jumps to the top of the list. Who built the fence? It is that which changes not only the type of questions being asked, but how the human being, or beings, look at their world. The giant wildlife preserve suddenly gets smaller. Each new fence border discovered starts to artificially constrict their expanse, even though the dimensions haven't changed. Before long, the preserve, their home, loses some of its relevance. The fence is a reminder of the unknown. It provokes fear and endless speculation within the human. Given enough time, the importance of the preserve continues to be reduced, especially in relation to the fence. And the reason why it's so roasting for the human is simple. It's there. It's real. They can see it and maybe even touch it. Adding more humans to the equation increases the disparity of the situation by orders of magnitude. Have you seen the fence? Do you know how long it's been here? Have you ever known anyone that's been outside it? It's older than us. Who is responsible for the fence? What can we tease the group that created it? You can see what this might lead to. A long-lasting group hysteria would entrench itself within the population, grab hold and never let go. The fence is bigger, older, and wiser than they are. It humbles them, it angers them, and it is forever. It is their proof of a higher power. Maybe not God, but certainly God-like. No civilization, regardless of technology, discipline, or age, would be able to cope with the existence of it. For the human psyche, there are just too many questions that go unanswered. Life would never be able to progress normally. To summarize, a garden variety wildlife preserve would work for 99.99% of all the world's life forms. For human beings, however, you would need to make some modifications, or really just one big one. So let's take a look at a few examples of how this could be accomplished, and from there expand it. The first failed example can be seen in the 1998 movie Dark City. This is a good starting point to get you in the right mindset. The premise here is that an advanced race creates a small flat earth area, complete with a traditional dome. The design, however, is initially flawed in that they built the city all the way to the outer edge, leaving no room for error. To compensate for this, they altered the memories of the human population on a regular basis, therefore repressing any long-term invasion. However, in movies, there are always anomalies, like the police officer who realizes that even though he remembers visiting a place called Shell Beach, there is no way to reach it because Shell Beach is outside of the flat world and never existed. He just keeps going around the circular city that has no exits. In the end, another man, the hero of the movie, makes it to the edge, steals the advanced race's power, and creates an ocean, which really should have been there in the first place. Move from there to a movie released only 4 months later called The Truman Show. Inevitably, all flat earthers have to take a hard look at this movie from a technical point of view. The movie follows the same lines as Dark City, but in a much more related premise, that of a giant television stage built so that the outside world can watch a person go through his life without any knowledge that he is living inside a flat world, surrounded by a physical dome. The movie is interesting on several levels, including construction. Using their existing model of a small town, bordered on one side by a large lagoon and wilderness, and the other a seemingly expansive ocean, while better than Dark City, still had its flaws. For one, it was less than 20 miles across, and even though Truman's desire to explore was repressed, there was still a chance that he would venture to the outer edge, which is where the movie ended. But for the most part, it worked. Truman believed the entire scenario because he was born into it, and then lived 30 plus years without any reason to doubt where he was, which could be said for any of us. If it wasn't for the, and we'll say movie mistakes, that the studio fell victim to, then the show would have never ended. And this then raises hypothetical scenarios like, how many kids like Truman could you have raised inside that dome? 10? 50? Now, logistically, you can see how it might be problematic in keeping tabs on that many kids, especially as they got older. But with enough sleight of hand, it could be possible. A fictional situation just like that was made into the 2004 movie, The Village. And even though it turned into one of those M. Night Shyamalan plot twist things, the premise was very feasible. A wealthy group of idealists buy a large parcel of land in an existing wildlife preserve, create a small town from the 1800s, and raise it there. They pay off government officials to keep planes far away and spread a myth that monsters live in the forest. As far as the kids are concerned, they actually are living in a small Pennsylvania town in the 1800s. And being born into it, why wouldn't they? If the story continued, eventually the elders that founded the town would all pass away, leaving the children to pass on the legacy, free from any burden of guilt that their world was not what it appeared to be. And keep in mind, this was done with very little land manipulation and no dome. This then circles back to how many actors the fictional Truman Show really needed to hire. Other than the leads who did product placement, the rest of the town could actually just live their lives like anyone else. Use phone lines to call outside, go to restaurants, watch television at home, and so on. But again, I digress. Assuming the technology was possible, how many people like Truman could you keep in a dome the size of, say, a state that was hundreds of miles across? Probably thousands. If you kept expanding the size of the dome to a few thousand miles, well, then you're talking millions. But when it gets that big, something interesting happens. You don't need the actors anymore. Started up like The Village, and within just a few generations, everyone is oblivious. And you can leave them to their own devices. Starting to sound familiar? In fact, the larger you make the enclosed world, the less micromanaging needs to be done. It gets easier as it scales up. This brings us back to the missing modification you need for the human race. To keep the storylines consistent and remove all the hocus pocus of monsters in the woods or that you can't get to Shell Beach, you place in gradual negative reinforcement, one that creates an illusion of choice. Say, for example, that Truman went out in a sailboat the same as before, but this time the dome was twice the size and the simulated ocean far larger. How far would he travel before getting hungry, thirsty, or tired? The movie ending is then in doubt. And if you compare this scenario where you are now, then you start to see it. Look at the flat Earth map again. Continents grouped in the center, surrounded in all directions by hundreds of miles of salt water. Think about how much further ancient ships would have traveled if you could drink what you were sailing on. As you move closer to the edge, the temperature starts taking a nosedive. Then you start seeing icebergs. If that doesn't stop you, then you run into what we call Antarctica, which is a steep climb 2 miles up with no plant life or indigenous livestock animals. And if you had the wherewithal to make it that far, you would still have hundreds of miles of endless ice and snow. It's easy to see why so few people have gone the distance. Compare this to the upper ceiling, which is much easier to maintain. You simply decrease the oxygen rates so that every 1,000 feet up, it gets more difficult to breathe. This slows down exploration over mountain ranges and discourages limited control flight, such as balloons. Also keep in mind that the dome itself doesn't have to be that high in relation to the outer ring. With commercial aircraft capping out at 10 miles and rockets less than 400, the dome would actually look more like a stadium roof, depending on how you wanted to display things like the sun, moon, and stars. An enclosed world with these type of safeguards would be able to sustain an unknowing population for, say, what, 4,500 years? Then you could artificially introduce a globe model into the scientific community before the civilization technology reaches a point that could lead to discovery. And 500 years later, here we are. A civilization inside an amazing structure, doing what we would naturally do, while the authority stands by the gate and fears the consequences if we ever found out for ourselves. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631.
And this is Steve. In this video, we gave you an introduction on how the refraction plane was the solution to the various visual problems we're working on flat Earth models. If you haven't watched that video yet, click on this link to watch it now.
Today we're going to explain a little bit more by showing you the structure angles from different locations on the flat Earth. Many people thought that the video we showed before was not enough to prove that refraction is the reason why the sun rises and sets. And many others thought that refraction would make the apparent sun appear higher up instead of down. So to make this clear, let me tell you that what we did was add the atmosphere to the flat Earth model in Cinema 4D. And Cinema 4D made the apparent sun go down, not us. So if there is anything wrong with this, then it will be Cinema 4D's fault. If you disagree with the software, please send them an email and see what they will tell you. Now picture the sun is above you and the last layer of the atmosphere or atmosphere plane is a lot closer to you than the sun. The refraction will happen until the last layer of the atmosphere plane, which goes to the ground, right? So looking at the sun from the ground through the atmosphere plane can make the apparent sun appear lower instead of higher. And if you look at it this way, the apparent sun will appear higher, right? But this is all incorrect. What you will see from the ground is the apparent sun only. So whether it appears here or there, it is always lower, and the real sun is always higher. Now the question is, what makes the sun go down as it moves away from you? There are a few theories about this, but they can all be wrong. But let us explain one theory. If the atmosphere plane is only 5 miles up, and the apparent sun is right above it, then yes, perspective can make the sun go down in less than 7,000 miles away from the observer. And this will make the flat Earth older. But you and I believe that the atmosphere plane or atmosphere is a lot thicker than that. Therefore, perspective will help a little, but not a lot. So if the real sun moves to the west for about 4,000 miles, how would the apparent sun look like from the observer's perspective? We can guess, but we will not know until we make a physical experiment that represents all of this. For example, we can do this in a big swimming pool to see how a refracted bulb will look like from far away, in order to see both refraction and perspective action. If you guys can help, please contact us and let's prove this scientifically. But for now, let's just call it a theory, because we're just trying to prove it in a 3D program. I'm pretty sure we are correct, but let's just call it a theory. Here is how the real sun and the apparent sun move in Cinema 4D. It's acting exactly how we expected. The apparent sun appears to move faster than the real sun. Therefore, it disappears in less than 7,000 miles away from the observer.
When the apparent sun is at 0 degrees, the real sun is at 35 degrees. And as the real sun rises at its normal speed, the apparent sun follows at a higher speed. The more they rise, the closer they get. And when they are 90 degrees, the refraction is 0.
This is a diagram I made in AutoCAD with the real elevation angles of the sun that we get from suncalc.org. This is the location and dates that I used. You can try that yourself. So when we draw the angles accurately, we notice that the sun travels faster the more it moves away from the observer. As you can see, the distance between 5 and 6 p.m. is a lot longer than the distance between 4 and 5 p.m. And the distance between 12 and 1 p.m. is very close to the speed of the sun on the Tropic of Cancer. On global, you can say it's the speed of the spinning Earth in the Tropic of Cancer. But of course, the apparent sun doesn't travel in a straight line like this does. So the distance between each hour should not be so exaggerated. We can draw it like this, but this is nothing but a diagram. And by the way, if perspective is the reason why the sun sets on the flat Earth, then the more the sun moves away from us, the slower it should appear to us, right? Imagine yourself in the middle of a highway. The cars that pass by you will be moving in their real speed, but as they move away from you, they look like they are slowing down. But that doesn't happen with the sun, right? In fact, the sun appears to travel faster the more it moves away from you. So perspective is definitely not the only reason why the sun go down.
Here is how the star field would look if we removed the atmosphere. The place is an area island. The lens that I used here has a 122-degree field of view, and as you can see, the stars never set because they are too high for perspective to make them rise or set. Their altitude now is about 4,000 miles. This number is fairly accurate to the rise and set times shown in the programs such as Stellaria. Now I am going to play the same video, but with the atmosphere or atmosphere added. As you can see, the video has changed completely, and the star trails look exactly like the original picture. Here is the original, taken on March 15th, 2015. Now let's play the two videos side by side so you can see the effect of the atmosphere. We can do this from any location. They all work the same. And here is another test in France. Look at it carefully and compare to the original, and let us know if we're doing anything wrong. Here's how the sun rises and sets in Salinas, California. We still need to make adjustments to the height of everything, but the atmosphere already makes them rise and set correctly. The atmosphere was the key to solving the puzzle.
This is a quick view of the stars in AutoCAD so you can understand how we draw them in Cinema 4D. All the stars you see on the model are 4,000 miles up, and the angles of the stars are accurate and they match modern science. We didn't make them up. And that Excel sheet on the left side of the screen shows all the data that we used. You can find it in the description. Here is a south view of the stars on the flat Earth with the atmosphere added. Now this should be enough for some trolls to see that wherever we are on the flat Earth, the sun and the stars will rise and set. And if they don't look like real life, then please try to understand that by adjusting the map and the height of all the objects in the sky can fix the problem. We still don't know for sure the height of everything, and we still don't know for sure how the real map looks like. The point is that the atmosphere or atmosphere makes everything in the sky rise and set in Cinema 4D. If you think that the atmosphere should make things go up instead of down, then please talk to Cinema 4D programmers.
Here is something that we're going to talk about in the next video. When the atmosphere was added, the first thing that we noticed was that spheres looked oblong when viewed through the refraction. The only way to overcome this was to make the spheres as flat as possible. For the moon, it could not be perfectly flat, or the phases would not work. So the moon is a very flat sphere, or almost flat, but not 100%. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, Steve Torrance, where you will find complete versions of the clips shown. I will also be doing more videos this week showing views from various locations. Thanks for watching.
ever experienced a bit of chaos before a conference call? Now, long numbers, complicated meeting IDs, and stressful codes are history. Use the ConfTel Unite app on your smartphone. Together with the new IP conference phone, ConfTel 300 IPX. One-touch conferencing. The art of easiness by ConfTel.
All right, I've got so many people asking me about that way. Well, I just won't disappear. Basically, alternator, which is a generator or a motor, however you wire it up, really just depends. And you power whatever you want to. You get about 90 amps current off of these 3 wires right here. We're hooked up to your diodes. Hey, diodes don't do anything but change alternating current over to direct current, which is what your battery is. Okay, you put a little bit of power to this, and you spin this, and you get a good charge out of here. Okay, you get like 12 volts to this, spin your alternator, and you'll get like 9 amps DC direct current, which is enough to weld with, by the way. So if you want to build a welder, you can do that. You have your field wires. This is just, I did a lot of different tests and stuff with it, so I have multiple wires going, you know, for anyways, here we go. We made this is a generator now. Okay, I took my 2 field wires here and here, and you put anywhere from 3 to 12 volts DC to this. Okay, you pass diodes, and you'll get 3 wires that are actually your coil that goes around. It's wrapped around your stator, which is this shaft right here. Your stator is back here. It's all really simple. It's just stuff that they really don't want you to know, because if you know this, then you don't need the electric companies, and then you don't need to pay anywhere from $300 to $1,000 a month for their electricity that they're getting for free. Okay, so let me show you how this works. You put 3 to 12 volts DC to this, and you get out 220 volts at about 90 amps right here. Okay, now you can hook that up to a box, a breaker box, and well, anybody knows about electricity, you use a say 100 amp fuse, and it comes down your 2 poles, and you've got a wire that you run to a copper pole that goes to your ground outside, which is your ground wire. Why they call it that, you know. But basically, put about 6 volts here, spin your alternator with a motor, which, by the way, look at this. Oh, wow. Hey, look, probably just little circuit diodes powering the stator so that you have a motor. But anyways, you can use an airplane controller, or you can plug this into your wall and put direct current to this, and then you will have a high-powered motor. That's not going to out. There's many different ways to do this. The way I did it, very simple. Okay, I put 6 volts here. I spin this with a motor. I get an extreme amount of power out of this that I just tied into a junction box wire coming off of my house. Nothing, you know, it's not rocket science. That's why they told me if I continued doing this, I wouldn't live very long. But if you got 2 of these, do the math. I mean, 90 amps, that's a lot of power. Okay? You got 2 of them, that's 180 amps. You don't need that much for your house. These 3 diodes, take those out, and you will have 3 wires that coil around your stator. Your stator. Put DC power to this. We get AC power from the output. Very simple. Throw wires, use the direct current. You can see that little copper thing there. Maybe not. It's round. As magnets on it, these wires are actually little magnets. They touch them. So it's brushless mode. But used like this, it's a power generator. We've got 3 of them. And you can power whatever you want. Okay? This I use because it's already got a capacitor on it for my alternating current. It's already got, it's set up already. It's already got diodes and everything in it. I don't have to do anything to it or put, direct current, some resonator, and then alternating current to my fill wires to produce a high powered motor. So, any questions? I'll set a quick picture apart because so if I continue doing what I'm doing and wouldn't live very long. So, guess what, buddy? I'm in the middle of the woods now. Come find me. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. All right, if you guys out there have any questions, let me know.
Hi, and welcome to another episode of The World Beyond Belief. My name is Paul Marco, and I've got a lot to talk about today. We're going to talk about the Mandela effect. We're going to talk about a little bit about the flat Earth. But first of all, I want to get into this Brexit thing. I hear a lot of people now going around moaning because, it was the globalists' intention from the beginning to wreck Britain, and they planned this all, and we were just duped again. Well, I have a different opinion. I don't think we were duped again. I think that the British people really came through and showed that they want independence. Yes, they're going to collapse the whole economy of the whole world so that they can create the chaos that they'll need to stage the alien invasion and then the coming of the alien messiah. Yeah. I know they're doing all that, but the original plan was actually to have a united states of Europe, the EU that would control that part, the African Union, the North American Union, which would probably come into the South American Union. That was the plan. The plan now has to be altered. Now, they're good at sometimes recovering in these things, but I think that they lost a big one, and I think the British people and all of us who were disseminating information at the time should be really celebrating. Look, they spent millions of dollars promoting stay in Britain, stay in the EU. They put pencils with remain on them in all the voting places, and they have you vote in pencil. And we have a tape on another podcast we made about this of a woman scratching out a leave vote and putting in a stay vote. So they're doing all this stuff. Plus every major politician, including Jeremy Corbyn, who was a get out of EU all his life, they switched him. So they really wanted to do it. But the big thing that got me was the rainstorm. There was a rainstorm the night before and flooding in London, I think designed to keep people from the polls and voting. And there's only one organization that can create a rainstorm besides God, and that's the HARP and those guys. So I'll tell you what, I'm not going to let it down. I'm not going to think that we were defeated. I'm not going to think that it's business as usual. I'm going to continue to think that we made a big delaying tactic, if anything else, on the Brexit vote. And quite frankly, here we're still dancing around the breakfast table. All right, here we are. I'm happy for Britain, and I only wish the best for them. I think when they get together and work together, they're going to find that they're going to be fine. You know, part of this, looking at what happened and saying, oh, well, we played right into their hands again, is partially because we have played into their hands a lot of times. But then there's the other factor. There's the Wizard of Oz factor, and I want to focus in on that today. I think what we're going to find when we look behind the curtain at all this powerful money position stuff, that there's really not much there. And I'll get into that more as we go into it. But don't be afraid of the Wizard of Oz. Don't be afraid of the globalists. There are other things that supersede them and are a lot more powerful than them. And I think we're going to find that they're a lot less powerful than we think they are. They're tricky. They're tricky. And speaking of tricks, let's move into the Mandela effect. Now, some people still doubt the existence of the Mandela effect. And the Mandela effect is people remembering things differently than documentation or logos are happening now. In other words, you could see a written document like the Bible that you know used to say this, now says this. There's a lot of different instances. They're all over. I've seen videos that show 200 instances of the Mandela effect. Now, I think some of them are maybe a stretch, maybe some people remembering falsely, but there are some that are real and true. And when you get one that resonates with you, like the Fruit Loops one, oddly enough, resonates with me because I used to eat that. And I know it was UIT, now it's OOT. And they've changed all the documentation going back to the beginning, so there's no notice it was ever UIT. And the people that work there, of course, everybody that works at the corporation has only worked there a matter of years or months. Can't go back to the beginning, so they're gonna read things from archives that were adjusted by the Mandela effect. I want to show you one we found last night. That's just another example of how powerful this is and that it's actually happening. Let's look at these two clips.
What wouldst thou know, my queen?
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one?
That was a clip from the 1937 movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Now, take a look at a 1961 video called The Last Woman on Earth, where she's reciting from that same dialogue, but her dialogue is the original dialogue, not the dialogue that was changed by the Mandela. Listen to her.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who was the fairest of us all?
Okay, so what you saw was an example of the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect changed the original, which was, take it from me, I'm old enough to remember, mirror, mirror on the wall, and they changed it to magic mirror on the wall. But they neglected to catch this piece of dialogue from The Last Woman on Earth, who uses the original mirror, mirror on the wall. Now, when they skip something like this, or they don't pick it up, that's called residue. And there's a lot of residue around these different things. And to me, that tells you that whatever's doing this, or however it's working, it's not perfect. And what I've been told is if it's AI or maybe demon magic or whatever, AI works on constant feedback. In other words, they're constantly learning, constantly adjusting, so that seeing this account in cyberspace, they could actually catch it before the video gets to you. So they could change mirror, mirror on the wall, the magic mirror on the wall, and do that. And that's how they're going to do it. I would imagine that the AI or whatever mechanism is working this is learning and catching this residue and cleaning up the residue. I would assume that that's how it's working. But I want you to remember one other thing, that it's not perfect. In other words, it's not coming out perfect. They're making errors. They're leaving residue. There are things that if you research deep enough, you're going to find. Now, of course, when they hear about it, they might change that, or they may not. But I think the first thing to remember about this particular Wizard of Oz, this particular deception, is that it's not perfect. And it works on feedback. It's trying to get things right. Let's move on to another discovery that, actually, I didn't make this. I learned this from Photohelix. But we learned it from watching the Zapruder films. Let's watch that, and I'll talk about it while we watch it. Now, what I'm showing you is a Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination. Now, this is a very telling piece of film, and what was altered in this film and all the other films of the Kennedy assassination is they put an additional seat in the car. In other words, rather than it being a four-seater, they've made it a six-seater with kind of a metal roll bar that you might be able to see there. Kind of a roll bar, it's silver. That wasn't in there. And there's plenty of residue left around to investigate this thing. There are replica cars on display of this car that only have four seats. But I think the most telling thing, and this wasn't my discovery, this is by Photohelix. If you look at the new man that they've inserted here, it looks to me like he is out of proportion with the other heads in the car. It looks like his head is a tad smaller. If you go from here to here, here to there, here to there, it might just be, they might have enlarged it since we saw it last, but both Photohelix and I did notice this. It looks like that head is smaller than the two Kennedy's heads. And if that's the case, that tells me a lot. Not only are they unable to pick up all the residue, but also they're not altering the actual event. In other words, this is a historical count of an event. It's a video, and we know that that can be easily altered. And if you're sophisticated enough and your AI or your have some kind of supernatural power, you should be able to look at all these other positions where the historical accounts occur and modify them too. And since if it's an AI, it's constantly learning, and things that we find, it's going to learn from our findings and modify it. Now, there may not be absolute proof that they're not changing reality, but I'll go with it. To me, it really looks like we have a much smaller head. Even now, let's go through it one more time. You know, actually, he wasn't there. So this is a Photoshop, a created image that went in there. I think the head that's small, right about there. But anyway, you may disagree with me, but I still contend that they're not modifying history. What they're doing is they're modifying accounts of history. They're modifying documentation, films, logos, and that kind of thing for history. And it's not, and their changes aren't perfect because they leave residue all over the place for us to pick up and find. So that tells me a lot about the whatever's doing this. Okay, so we can pick apart little pieces and try to figure out what's going on in this reality, because there are going to be some stranger things than this happening. We're ill-equipped to do it because we're working against two major factors, and they're both under the general heading of science. The science that we're given, the only science that we're given, is material science. This works on the fact that this is a physical reality, and that stone wall back there is a physical stone wall, and you know, it's all about physics. And when it gets smaller and smaller, it gets down to the molecules, and then you get down to the atoms, and the atoms are these little things that everything is made up of. Except for the fact that that's really not the case. Atoms only exist sometimes. There's a thing called the measurement dilemma, or the measurement problem, that everybody has when they're working with atoms. They're only there when you watch them, and then not always. So we're not dealing with a real physical reality, which is the only science they give us, physical reality. So if you're gonna take a course, if you're gonna study biology, if you're gonna study anything, you're gonna start from the premise that we live in a physical reality, in a physical domed or physical universe is what you're gonna hear, and that it's all solid. And actually, that only counts for a tiny part, and we'll get in of reality, and we'll get into that later. The other part of it is that science has really become a religion. They have their own doctrines, their own credos, and they only allow certain things to be proved that go along with their paradigm, with their portrait or picture of what the world really is. If it's out of sync with that. In other words, we have a global warming problem here on the plane. Totally made up by this false science. There's plenty of scientists, including climate scientists, that don't agree with this, but you can't disagree. They're going to make disagreeing with that against the law, because we have a sacred science. If you people that have been into the flat earth for a while, as we have, know that, you know, they always say, well, you get to stick with science. Science tells you this, science tells you that. But then when the science that's produced by the flat earth community comes out, it's never even looked at. It's never refuted. We watched one last night by Rob Skiba, who was on Lake Michigan, sighting Chicago across Lake Michigan. I think it started at like 48 miles away. And you could see it plain as day. Well, according to the statistics for the curvature of the earth, you certainly wouldn't be able to see that. It would be thousands of feet below the horizon, but they never look at that. You know, things like NASA and the flaws in NASA's account, the bubbles in that appear during the spacewalks, they never explain that. This science that we've adopted never explains stuff like that. Frequently, when I go outside this house, I can see the sun and the moon in the same sky. What does that mean? Does it mean that in China there's no sun or moon? I don't know. So Science has two big drawbacks. One, it's totally materialistic, which really doesn't work with most of reality. And second of all, it's tightly patrolled, and they only allow stuff in science that they agree with. It's as if we're working with someone behind the curtain, as if they have something to hide and there's nobody back there. It's as if we really used real science and really could get to the bottom of these things, the bottom would be very, very different, which is what I want to encourage during this talk. You know, there's a whole other type of science that takes into account a lot more of reality than materialistic science does. It views consciousness as like the ground of all being. It views an electronic universe of thought and consciousness and energy. And it's been competing with our material science ever since the beginning. Actually, Plato said our materialistic reality is an inferior copy of a more perfect world. So to understand that more perfect world, we have to look beyond science. Recently, there have been famous quotes by scientists advocating this viewpoint. Let me read you a few. Here's one by Max Planck. He says, quote, "All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particle of an atom to vibration and holds the most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind the force the existence of a conscious or an intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter." And if you think about the mind being that, then you can realize that there probably is a creator God, even if he's only a video gamer. I don't think he is. I think he's a divine creator, and he's created something incredible. But without that divine creator, then you have to piece together all these other Big Bang theory, the evolution theory, and things based on material science that'll give you a way to explain things that doesn't take into account the real nature of reality, which is likely energy and consciousness. Let me give you another one. Here's one by Nikola Tesla. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And we've made videos on people that have worked with Tesla technology that go way beyond material science. It can appear and disappear and move throughout what we would consider an impossibility, physical reality. Here's another Tesla. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomenon, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of its existence. And I would say more than that, because right now, with science the way it is, falsifying test results, being paid off at every opportunity, you're dead in the water right now. My opinion is we're dead in the water. Here's one by Werner Heisenberg. Quote, "The atoms or elementary particles themselves are not real. They form a world of potentialities or possibilities rather than one of things or facts." See, if you think of the world in terms of consciousness, thoughts, facts, energy, it's a lot easier to imagine how the control system is manipulating, I don't know, through an AI or demon magic or however, these holographic, energetic particles. Here's the best one from Tesla. He says, "Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality." I think that's especially true with the ball earthers, because they have mathematical formulas for everything, but they don't explain reality. Of course, this reinforces the left brain paradigm they want to keep us in. Facts and figures and computations, not ideas and inspiration and creation. So that's a big part of this, keeping us in this little box. In addition to not being able to figure out what's going on with the Mandela effect and how they've been able to trick us into living on a globe Earth for so long. Now we can fast forward to today. Now you know that they're using CERN, possibly in conjunction with AI, to manipulate the environment and bring in this apocalyptic ending and create these incredible, hard to believe manifestations are going to come forward. Here's a quote about CERN and the Hadron Collider. This is from a Dr. Brian Whitworth, published a paper which contrasted the materialistic and idealistic views, which he framed as the physical realm and the quantum realm. And he says, quote, "The Higgs boson is the virtual particle created by an invisible field to explain another virtual particle created by another invisible field to explain an actual effect, neutron decay." And if you're a flat earther like we are, you know that that's what they do. They create stories that back up stories that back up stories, none of which hold water. Back to the quote. "Given dark energy and dark matter, it explains at best 4% of the mass of the universe, but the standard model needs it. So when, after 50 years, CERN found a millionth of a second's signal in the possible range, physics was relieved. There's no evidence that this particle has any effect on mass at all, but the standard model, again, survives." I want you to look at this quick little film before we finish. It's about electromagnetic spectrum. Let's play it.
The electromagnetic spectrum, an immense scale we use to measure the wavelengths of all kinds of radiation. At one end are radio waves with the longest wavelengths. At the other end are gamma rays with the shortest. In between are the other bands, including visible light, which is such a tiny fraction of the whole, it's difficult to imagine. How small is the visible spectrum? If you had a reel of movie film representing the entire electromagnetic spectrum, stretching 2,500 miles from California to Alaska, the section containing the visible spectrum would fall somewhere in the middle, near the University of Washington.
This frame is the whole visible spectrum. It is one frame in over 2,000 miles of tape, and it's everything that the human eye can see. The importance of this frame is that stars emit almost all of their light in this part of the spectrum.
So when you look at that little piece of film, that's the reality that they have you trapped into. That's what you can see and feel. That's everything. They've got you trapped in there. Think bigger. You know, the globalists, don't think that the globalists are something like the Wizard of Oz and they're all powerful and they can do anything. You know, the whole story of the Wizard of Oz says that we have what we need. The Tin Man had a heart. The lion had courage. We have everything we need. We just think we're up against the force that is all powerful. It's not. I think we took them down. I think we set them back at least with the Brexit vote. Look at Iceland. Iceland jailed their bankers a couple of years ago, and now they just elected a new president that, get this, he's not a politician. He's a human being. So keep that in mind. Also, another thing to keep in mind is that the Mandela effect probably does not change reality. It only changes documents related to reality. It changes logos. It changes accounts. It's not changing reality. I don't think this force, whatever they have, can change reality. Also, it's sloppy and it's not doing a very good job. And I'll tell you what, the globalists, if they're depending on AI to make their New World Order work, no wonder they're building bunkers, because it's ridiculous. If you talk to any AI professional and knows what they're doing, they'll tell you that it's just such an unreliable technology, they'd rather use a conventional computer. Let's remember not to give them power that they really don't have. Remember that they've been working on this climate change fraud since the 70s, and they still don't have their tax that they want. They're scaring a lot of people, and they're creating huge problems for the third world because they can't get energy. That's holding them back, actually. So don't think that they can do more than they can do. Also, the flat Earth, if you're a flat earther like we are, that's a checkmate for the alien messiah, for Project Bluebeam. If you know you live on the flat Earth, if you've moved to the flat Earth like we, that's just a total sham. They're not going to be able to pull the Bluebeam thing off. We're going to laugh right in their faces. Okay, so I want you to think of the world you live in as something different than a physical reality. I want you to think of it as like a matrix, a playground of opportunities and things that you can do. Move into the non-physical reality. It gives you a lot more opportunities for learning. Move out of their physicality reality that's designed to keep you in lack, bring you to chaos, and have you welcome their further confinement in that system. What I want you to do is I want you to ask yourself, since the energetic and consciousness-based reality is just based on possibilities, how can anybody keep you prisoner in a matrix made of possibilities? Well, the secret is they can't, and they won't. Just don't give them the Wizard of Oz status that there's something big and scary behind that curtain, because I think you're going to find there's nothing there. Thank you. God bless you. Have a good one.
Hi, how can I help?
Hi, everyone. This is Japan, north of Philippines. Well, since I heard about there is no forest on Earth, on flat Earth, then I started doing some research in my country, Taiwan. And this is called Snow Mountain. Look like cut, like giant tree stump. And maybe you can see some hexagonal shapes, cones here. I'll have to go there myself. I'll show you some of the pictures I got from the internet, and you'll see. This one is called Daba Jinsan, like gray or magnificent giant mountain. It does look like a quarry waste sort of place. And isn't this like a giant tree with the roots going into our earth? And this one too. And it does look like there were like giant machines getting those metals or whatever, dead trees to profit or to, I mean, I don't know where they take those birds for what reason, but I mean, look at a lot of the European cities. You can see a lot of the cities are built by stone, and maybe that's where they take. I mean, I don't know the answer, but I can just use my imagination. I'll show you our neighboring country, communist China's some of their trees. There is some sort of it's another conspiracy theory. Side by side, this no forest on Earth type of theory. I think this is very important for us to keep our open mind and investigate, because according to the flat earthers, we've all been brainwashed. I'll keep sharing my information from Taiwan. Okay, we'll see next one. And this one also looks like, right? Like a giant tree stump, but it just looks like someone maybe they had like giant, like axe type of thing, like cutting from heaven, and they take away parts of them, and maybe they could even like airlift some of the giant stones somewhere else. I'm not sure, like if this was, if this was done by aliens, I mean, we might have like an open sky so they can, I'm not sure, but I'm just interested in what this is going to turn out, like our investigations. Next one. This certainly looks like a tree stump. This is in Taiwanese Mandarin, we call it lion head. I'm not sure why it's lion head, but it does look like like sort of, it's like, I don't know what's on the other side, but
a lion's bum,
like a giant tree stump. Okay. Next one. It's like too perfect, right? And this is called J Mountain. It's like the highest mountain in Taiwan. And this, in terms of size, I'm not sure like what happened. It could have been by like a nuclear blast, like the Russian gentleman. I can't pronounce his name, sorry. It's like, maybe this is like, maybe this, it could have been, from what I see, it could have been like, this is just outside of a huge tree, like outside this, the frame here, the picture here. And this could have been mined, like the dirt or whatever you call it, been taken away. Okay. Well, English is not my first language also, but I was in the States for 7 years. I'm just gaining my English, I'm getting better command right now, because I want to share like the biggest lie on earth in the future. This looks like a tree that's it's like there's like a direction. It's like a slanted, and it's like maybe this was. I'm not sure about this one, but just something looks artificial, like not like according to the Russian gentleman. It's like there is no tree, right, on Earth. So, and we're still using like the stones were are like corpses of trees, dead trees, and we're still using the energy to survive, like by building, concrete or stone houses. I'm going to look at the next one, and this one I'm not sure why. This one is this is different from our characters in our writing system in Taiwan. This is like Chinese. It's from our neighboring country to Taiwan's west. Okay, they claim this is their mountain, but it's in Taiwan. That's really strange. I don't know why they do that. But this also looked like it's like a hollow. This is maybe just the outside of a huge tree. It just looks like that to me. Like maybe this part is taken away. Like it could have been like this is bottom of the tree, right? And then this goes up. Okay, and maybe I'm not sure. Okay, let's look at the next one. There's no next one, and then let me show you what I found in. This is like maybe a conspiracy in China. Okay. And China is not far away from Taiwan. But because we learn a lot, this is also another brainwashing. It's like when I was growing up, I got, we thought like we were like Chinese descendants, but we're not. It's like the Venice, Venetians, like it's like people in Venice. They don't think they belong to the Italians. It's a different nation. Well, anyway, but this one, I mean, I have questions. It's like, how do they get this giant machine to go in here and then, like reap a result from here? It's like, I mean, if this is a giant quarry, I mean, I wonder, like, because we also have a huge gorge. It's like called Taroko Gorge. Don't know how to spell it. It's like I want to believe, but it's like how do you get a giant machine that get inside this tank without getting rid of this one and this one? It's like sometimes it doesn't make sense, but I can believe there are like higher technologies in the past, and only few percentage of people know the secrets. And this one is a mountain in China also, and it does look like it's been a quarry waste. Okay, next one. Okay, and they built like a temple up here. It does look like a mountain, a broken mountain. It's like a tree. And sometimes there is this. It's like when I want to believe, then I look at those mountains. I mean, are they side by side, or it's like they did a really bad job with those machines. Like, I mean, this is just a bad example. Next one. It's funny. Like, this is the conspiracy I just imagined. It's like, I don't know why, like Chinese people, like they love to like print like those big pictures, like to say this is like a mountain. It's like people don't know their mountains. It's like they almost do too much to cover the lies. Like it's like they're almost afraid, like people can see, oh, this looks like a giant tree, you know, it's like a tree stump. You know, so it's like they put those signs everywhere saying like those are mountains. But does that make sense to you? It's like those two characters, they're saying those are stones or those are, it's like, why, right? Also this one. This does look like a perfect, like a tree type of thing. And the roots down here. And some of those, maybe those mountains in China are done by like a different alien race, and they look at, it's not completely vertical. We'll see the head, it's like almost like a little bigger. You'll see. Two trees. I mean, I think maybe they did some work here also. Maybe this is like a different, it could have been, you know, China was just a different type of colonization or something. Also, well, this one is just a stone saying this, there's a, like, this is a mountain. It's like, why do they do that? And this is interesting because this, look at this. I mean, it just looks like this whole thing was like, maybe those were like rotten trees in the past. I mean, it could have been like, there were a lot of rotten trees in the past in China, and in the middle, because it's hollow, and then there was a nuclear blast of some sort. So this looks interesting, right? Okay. Don't know what it's called. And they love to build like those little temples up there. This is in Sichuan province in communist China. Okay. Also, I mean, if this wasn't like the dead trees, I mean, I imagine it would be like easier to, you know, carve or build things out of those dead trees. I mean, don't you think? Okay, and they build this. I mean, they love to do this, like just, you know, violate nature. Okay, we'll see. Next one. No offense, but to me, it does look like violating nature. Well, I mean, you know, it's a tree stump. Okay, those are some of my discoveries and thoughts, and thank you for listening. Okay? Try subscribing, and I'll tell you more. Thank you.
Interesting. I need another biff there.
The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, takes up illusion. The earth is flat, living in illusion. So I don't know what to do. The earth is flat, living in illusion. The earth is flat, taking illusion. The earth is flat, living in illusion. So I don't know what to do. But it's on a mountain top, burning like a silver flame. Saw me the beauty now. Venus was her name. She's got it, yeah, baby, she's got it. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. Weapons of crystal light, making every man mad. Black as a dark night, she wants the one no one else had. She's got it, little baby, she's got it. I'm the Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. I'm the Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. She's got it, little baby, she's got it. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, your desire. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire. Your desire.
What's the secret to success? Good question.
Where do I start? Whose advice can I trust? One of my employees is behaving inappropriately. How do I discipline them? He's always calling in sick. How do I manage that? She's gone off sick for work-related stress, then raised a grievance against me. What on earth should I do?
Okay, don't worry. I get asked that all the time. Here's what we need to do.
So, what is the secret to success? A good question and knowing who to ask. Peninsula. Success starts here.
Thanks for that.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Na, na, na,
I'm gonna put on a show and chase Satan out of earth. I'm gonna put on the iron shirt and chase the devil out of earth. I'm gonna send him to outer space to find another race. I'm gonna send him to outer space to find another race. Ooh, yeah. Na 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 na, hey, hey, oh baby, baby, na 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 na, hey, non so su lì, gamma che ti rima, vari che l'orinda stava all'esprimo, la sta dottrina, filosofia di vita, maestra da fascina da panza, papalle paranze, che stessa sostanza, che esprima non parla sulle cuffiette, ma aspetta braccia aperte, molto bene diretta. Chiuderci in un blocco trovato in due cassette, chiù canale, roba, doma, c'è piccolo di pezzo. Amore, roba, rende penso, cazzo ci voleva assai, basta ci viglierenza, ormai manca madonna le verdi in tasta, si facciano ma faccio mi tu fatte toi.
Hello, Bob. Can I ask you a question?
Torni in tasta, parla negativa, sento rulone.
Hang on, you'll have to wait. I'm just cooking a meal.
Are you Bob from the Glowbusters?
I am, yeah.
I'm a huge fan.
Would you like to see my identification?
Please?
There you go, look, there's my ID, look, I'm Bob from Glowbusters, it's me.
Oh, I'm a huge fan, Bob.
I'm gonna put on an iron shirt and chase Satan out of earth. I'm gonna put on an iron shirt and chase the devil out of earth. I'm gonna send him to outer space.
I just hate it when the window
is. I'm gonna send him to outer space to find another race. Ooh, yeah. Oh, na 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 na. Hey, hey, oh, baby, baby.
So how are you doing, Bob?
I'm good, yeah. We're just looking for our balloons. I don't know where I put our balloons. Yeah, we're looking for our balloons. We lost our balloons. We're just looking for some balloons. We'll be all right.
Those are Belgian balloons.
They're Belgian.
Or German, I don't know. Let me think about it.
I got them for slow.
I just woke up, Bob, so I'm sorry.
Cazzo ci voleva assai, basta ci viglierenza, ormai manca madonna le verdi in tasta, si facciano ma faccio mi tu fatte toi, e fu bravo guaglione stop, torni in tasta parla negativa, sento rulore sulla pensare in dei cingiva, si vega che tutta palla da dare quale, hai già visto cavolo spritze con l'assate e movio di bambini male, sto per banale, scioltone di da capello, tagliatista, ma figlia male si pensa che con una laurea fornisce capo tassista, fosse meglio diventare un terrorista, o perlomeno mi perda la roba e savura chi l'ha vista, che sta mentalità, allora gira sono tutta celebrità, o sai che te rica, ancora mani ad affaticare, ma perdo veramente in da stufa e stracciata, lasciatemi sta, sto incapacciato non mi cercata, fatica non c'è sta, ma tutto improvvisa, ognuno si è scordata che senza cuore non sa fa, ma viene a Sant'Urza, a capa sa piccia, o sull'ora che scende, passione che stacca, fatica c'è sta, ma tutto improvvisa, ognuno si è scordata che senza cuore non sa fa, ma viene a Sant'Urza, a capa sa piccia, o sull'ora che scende, passione che stacca. Hey. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, pa pa pa, na 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 na, hey. Yeah, I'm gonna put on an iron shirt and just sit on the bird. I'm gonna put on a iron shirt and just sit on the bird. Yeah. Gia.
Gia. Need a gunshot sound. As if I ain't got a gunshot sound. I wonder if Google Effects has got one.
Yeah, I have to log in with the other account and then I can use the Google Effects, but I don't think he got a gun.
Let's have a look.
Whoa.
360 no scope, I'm telling you.
Shit, man. I didn't watch the screen. I was only watching my Skype here on my phone. And I turn around and I see this face, man. What you doing to me? I had such a nice dream, and now I
There you
woke
go,
up
that's
like
the gunshot. It's a gunshot.
Oh my god. I woke up with a nightmare in my face.
Song. I think I should sing another song. Oh, come on. Don't shoot. Oh, it's me.
No, Dave Hawaii, I'm not gonna mention that here anymore.
You already clarified it was bullshit, Dave. Not that I believed it anyway.
Yeah. Hey, sock account, I'm going for a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Soccer counts? What did you say that word for? This one's going out to a special young man in the crowd tonight. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's not the right song. Bollocks. Try again. That old favourite from that famous movie where there were some things that make us all the same, you know? A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. No! Do I need glasses? Let's try again. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
There we go. That's the one. Pause. There we go. Right, where's me Elwood face? Why is that not working? Oh, I took it off mask, dickhead. Okay, 1 second. Let's try this again. Right, now where's my Elwood face? Perfect. again. This one's going out to a special young man in the crowd. He knows who he is.
One, two, three, four.
Shit. Stop the boat. We're going to need a bigger boat. We're definitely going to need a bigger boat. This song's too big for me. This song is too big for me. I'd like to welcome all you fly earthers to Poncho Pete Lobby tonight. I'm so glad to see so many of you flyers here tonight, and especially like to welcome the doctor. I'd like to shout out ADR, Casper the Friendly Ghost, Pete Shea, Been Taking Pics, Jolly Lolly, Dave High, and Jimbo. Just remember.
You, me, them, everybody.
Everybody needs somebody.
Everybody needs somebody to love.
Someone to love. I am.
Sweetheart to miss. Sugar to kiss. I need you.
I'm a true shot.
I need you. I need you. Come on in. Sometimes I feel the same when I'm in the streets.
Sometimes you feel, I feel a little sad inside.
Get a hold of that man, hold that woman. Love him, please him, please her, please her. Signify your feelings with every gentle caress. Because it's so important to have that special somebody to hold, to kiss, to miss, to squeeze and please. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody
Need somebody to love. Someone to love, even you, Jem. Shout out to Carl Stenbeck. Perfect. That's right, Carl. Where's Carl's picture? Where did I put it? I'll put it in. Put in there. I thought, yeah, it's not in there, is it? No. Oh, it's in custom. There's Carl's picking. There's Carl driving his snowplow. Get off, I can't get my screens right. Dang it. I want me mum. I'm scared of big fish. Blistering barnacles, mum. We need a bigger boat. That's more like it. Got the orca lot. I got the orca. Shit. Whose face am I going to use? I can't use Quince again. I've got to use someone else's. Oh, I know whose I'll use. Where am I at? I'll use ADR's face. He can be Richard, what's his name? Richard Dreyfuss. There you go, look. Mum, we're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a bigger boat, Mum. How do I get that over there? I can't. You bastard. Okay. There we go. ADR is Richard Dreyfuss in Jaws. That machete is way too big. Now I've got to get rid of ADR's face and put his back on. There you go. As if I ain't got a boat. I thought I did have a boat. I do have a boat. I know, it's a Lego one. It's the best I could do. Actually, there's another one. Let's have a look. Move that one. What's that one look like? Oh, there you go. The Lego one looks better. Now it's too big. Yeah. I'm just going to put his head on the back of it. It's the best bet. Farewell and adieu to you, fair Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you, ladies of Spain. Oh, that reminds me, they did like a drink on this boat, didn't they? We can use some of Dell's props from yesterday. Dell's got lots of Guinness on his boat. There you go, a couple of Guinnesses. There you go, Del. Just to show her, it's an Irish friendly cruise we got going on here. Anyway, Del, there's a shark in the water. Does Quint have a pipe? He's got one now. That I'd be puffing on some green right now if I were you as well, Quint. See a shark like that in the water. Where's the shark gone? I lost sight of the shark. Quick to the forward bow. Yeah, quick up there. How do I push your face forward? There. It looks like John Cleese. There we go. That's more like it. That'll do. He needs his machete as well, though, doesn't he? Oh, dang it. I know it looks like Basil Fawlty. It was a CGI image of him. It's the best NASA could do. There you go. Oh, but the tension's killing you, innit, Mum? What's going to happen next? I'm going to leave it as a cliffhanger. Felix! Felix, get out of the water! There's a shark in the water! Felix! Felix! Tommy, get out of the water! What's Tommy doing on his boat? He's not allowed on the boat, is he, Mum? Mum, Tommy's not allowed on the boat, is he? We're reenacting Jaws for you. I used to have an haircut like that. That's not very big, is it? There you go. It's a 20-foot white skeptic. Usually found off the coast of Scotland, these motherfuckers, these ones. Where's my fucking phone? How many barrels do you think it'll take? I brought some extra barrels with me, look. Just in case. It's a big one, that one. It's a bit too big. Shrink it. Perspective, look, boys and girls. That's how perspective works, look. On the flat horizon. There you go, boys and girls. That's why a ship gets smaller. Just like the barrels are getting smaller, look. Just like that. There you go. Good. I want freaking laser beams on me, on me Jed Skeptics. I want freaking laser beams on him. None. We did a different scene for this bit. There you go. Long shot. There's no way that Jed Skeptic just took all those barrels. Come back. Dang it. Oh, I should have brought the other one up. Oh, shite. Where's that one gone? Oh, there you go. There you go. I can't believe he took 3 yellow barrels. What do you mean it's a fake boat? Shut up. NASA lent me it. NASA lent me the boat, all right? ADR's got it on lease from Stephen Bradley in Florida. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, just in case we did meet a Jed Skeptic, we brought some Dell barrels along from Dell's Kitchen. We brought some Dell barrels along just in case. We're going to hit him with 3 Dell barrels. There you go. Full of Guinness, Dell. That's just sink the little Scottish bastard. Farewell and adieu to your fair Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to your ladies of Spain. Does look like John Cleese though, doesn't it? Swear down, whoever drew that was thinking of John Cleese. John Fisher. He did. He drew John Cleese lot with pork chop sideburns. Felix, how many more times do I have to tell you there's a shark out there, Felix? Felix! She never listens, that one. She never listens. What's that, ADR? You're going to need a bigger joint? Okay. How's that? Chubbier. There you go. You sure you can handle that, ADR? It's a pretty big joint. There you go. Really, ADR? I thought you was more respectable than that. ADR said it's 420 time. Ziggy. Same middle-aged man on the sofa again. I dare you. I double dare you. What comes next? Oh, yeah. Sorry, Mum. It's that time of the movie, Mum, when you get swallowed up by the big fish. Say, ah. Everybody get ready to take a screenshot. It really should be it should be Dave High's face in there, shouldn't it? I just said the dolphins don't rape no one. I didn't say nothing about no sharks. Felix, how many more times? That girl don't listen. She don't listen, Del. How many more times? Oh, look, Casper's come along for the ride now. Look, Casper, will you get out of the water? Felix, oh my gosh. What's it like when you got a ghost and a cartoon cat in the water with a great Scottish skeptic? A Greek, wheat, Scottish skeptic, you English bastard. All right, Jed, there's no need for that language. Anyway, I think I'm going to ask Bob to do the honours. Hey, ready, Bobby? Now, whatever happens, Bob, don't miss, will you? Damn, that's a big face. I mean the mask, Bob, not yours. It's that final moment, boys and girls, when Bob from Glowsbusters shoots Jed's ugly face in. I'm sorry, it's got to be done. Bob, anytime you like, blow that Scottish prick to Kingdom Come. Blow him up. Don't miss the shot, Bob. I know how good you are at duck hunt. You do confess to this yourself. Just remember, boys and girls, Vincent's on the reception tonight. You can buy all your mum memorabilia from this great Flat Earth movie. We've got bags, we got posters, we got machetes, all those things that Quint needed during during this epic Flat Earth battle. There you go, Bob from Glowbusters, doing us all proud and blowing Jed to Kingdom Comes. I should have got a gas bottle, shouldn't I, really? As if I forgot the gas bottle. Terrible. Blow up Felix dolls. Felix, will you get out of the way, Felix? Felix, she's been drinking again. Felix, I'm trying to shoot Jed in the face. Felix, move. Thank you. Of course it's flat. Jaws was telling you it was flat. Anyhow, that's the end of the movie. I'd like to thank everybody for being here tonight. I'd especially like to thank Mum for allowing himself to be eaten by Jed Skeptic alive on Peachan. I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to let everybody know no real sharks were actually harmed in the making of this film, and no Jeds either. No Jeds were harmed, no Gem Pandas were harmed, no Carl Stenbecks were harmed, no Bob from Glowbusters was harmed. I've been Poncho Pete. He's been John Cleese, and I'm going home. Kathleen, give us a lift. I can't bother to swim. Come on, Kat. Give us a ride home on your red bike. Go on, Kat. Oh, lovely. Thanks, Kat. See you guys later. Kathleen, will you take your hands off me? That's not me hips, Kathleen, that's not me hips, love. You know. Is Larry here? Larry's not here, is he? Please don't tell me Larry's here. I was doing fine on my own. Vincent's left me and all. Vincent said he was going to get something to eat. As if Quint's face goes like that. Do it again. Oh, I won't do it now. Face slip. I told you that dang thing was under fecking water, Del. Told you it was a submarine. We all live in a NASA submarine. A NASA submarine. Next week we'll do Jaws 2. We'll do the bit with a pipe. Oh, yeah. I met my love by the gasworks wall. Ah, come on, Dale. You know the words now. I once pranked a car singing that song. I met my love by the gasworks wall. And then I really don't like that song anymore. I used to love it. Oh. I'm half Irish. My mother was Irish. Yes, she had the kiss of the blarney, so she did. I still can't do her accent. Oh, hello there, my little Irish friend.
Poncho,
Here the old town. What?
can you hear me or not?
I can hear you now. I
For
just said
fuck's
what?
sake, I was just at Flattered Addict is Hangout, and I tried to talk, but nobody could hear me. What? Well, okay. If you can hear me, they can. Well, let it go. I'll be back.
I met my Vince on flat FD base.
What?
we became best mates. If I could, I surely would step on the stone where Moses stood. Pharaoh's army got drowned deep. That's you pissing on the couch, Vinny.
There is this man I know, he hates the color black. He only wants the light, he doesn't get it black. I see his face, the lie, his fear, the fix of the show. I said I think it's fat, cause his words come out of his nose. I said I think it's fat, cause his words come out of his nose. I see the line of trolls all saying it's not flat. Cause massive brainwash, do you think I'm going mad? I tell my friends it's right and they just walk away. They seem to laugh at me for the night and all of the day. I look inside your soul, I see your heart is black. And if you knew where you try to take it back. Maybe you have to pave the way, then you have to face up the facts. It's not easy facing up, you're convinced the world is not flat. No longer will their lies continue to be. They could not foresee that the world would know the truth. If you look hard enough into the setting sun, you'll come to realize that the whole equation is wrong. Still he wants race war, there's not the white and black. He doesn't want you all to know the world is flat. I look inside your soul, I see your heart is black. And if you knew where you try to take it back, maybe not to pave the way, then you have to face up the facts. Not easy facing up, you're convinced the world is not flat. No longer will their lies continue to fool you. They could not foresee that the world would know the truth.
denies that this challenge is real.
I
We don't
deny
have
it.
time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Well, screw you.
Yeah, screw you. Exactly.
So we don't care. We're coming anyway. Anyway, where you been?
I'm sorry?
Where you been?
Where I've been?
Yeah. When you
at Flat Earth Addict is
What?
hangout.
Platte Earth Taxi.
Yeah, just for a moment. I wanted to test the link and I wanted to drop in and talk about something, but then nobody could hear me, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know, but I dropped out. I'm busy with Antonio. He's making a video at the moment.
Okay.
When he's uploaded, he will stream it here and then we can put it on all the videos for the sun tracking. But for the rest of the evening, I slept, man. I fell asleep. Hey, you muted. Well, at the moment, Poncho is talking to someone else, I think. So let me check the chat for a while. ADI. Del qua, ADI, PCA, PCAF. Millennium, of course. Hello, guys. Everybody in the chat. Casper, the friendly ghost. Dave Hawaii, Dave Hawaii, 108. Hello, everybody. I did not program the robot. I'm too busy with other programs. No! Shoot! Just joking, though. I could hear the click. Is Poncho back? Nope.
Yeah.
Ah, hello. I wanted to sleep the whole night for tomorrow, you know, but I fell asleep. I think, what time is it now? 2 o'clock. I think I fell asleep at 9 or something. Maybe 8? I'm not sure. Damn, I need to sleep the whole night for tomorrow. I want to stay awake for 24 hours. Maybe take a small nap between it, but, well, anyway. Anywho. Vinny breaks into singing. Me singing?
You're going to start singing then. We can become a double act. Ponch and Vin.
Singing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you got a voice change with me then?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Antonio. Yeah, we can sing, of course. If I stop smoking. Ay, ay, ay. Vin and Punch. Irish coffee by November. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I will, Eddie. All right.
Pharaoh's army got round.
Did you play the game again, Poncho?
What, you want to play? What's Andre Kuiper looking at?
Yeah, did you do that already?
No.
Oh, all right.
I remade Jaws.
You remade what?
It's a bit hard when you've got to do it bit by bit.
Oh, yeah. Just sing.
Just sing.
You will be shocked. I can sing. I can, Kathleen.
Pharaoh's army got rounded.
There you was, lots of shade on every leaf was Jesus' name. Singing Pharaoh's army got rounded. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't you mourn. Singing Pharaoh's army got rounded. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. One of these nights around 12 o'clock, this whole world's gonna be around singing Pharaoh's army got rounded. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. Moses stood on the Red Sea shore, told the water
with a 2x4.
Hey, Poncho.
Yes, Dutch boy, yes.
Did you see that she replied to your message?
No, she didn't. Shut up.
She did on the old channel. Just watch the emails.
No shit. Shut up. Did she tell me to ram it?
I don't know, but she sent it back and maybe a private thing, but she sent it.
Kathleen, me looks in.
One moment. I'm gonna. I changed the password. I think.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. One moment.
If I could, I surely would stand on the rock where Moses stood. Panda's armies got pounded. Oh, Poncho, don't you swear. Good night, sweet Belle. Now it's time to go. Bow, 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 bow.
I got the password somewhere, but can we log in tomorrow?
What's Andre Kuiper looking at?
Heather.
That's not Heather.
No, one moment. I'm not in Hangout. I was just only listening. One moment. I'll come back.
Tonya. Who's Tonya? I'll ton your backside. A quick word from our sponsor, Carl Stenbach.
Is that
I said, Tommy Osborne's a fool. I love that Carl Stenbach head.
I think we should take away ADR's rants. He's posting too much links.
What's that? What is it?
Joking, ADR.
Too late, I've clicked it.
I'm off to sleep.
Better not be scat porn.
Sorry?
It better not be scat porn. Jimmy sent me scat porn, bastard. Not funny.
Good night, Millennium.
I want Jibby. Crumbs. Why did you post that? Pharaoh's army got drowned. Oh, Mary, don't you weep.
ADR says, click the link, Pete. Is it for Pancho Pete or for click the link, Vinny? Yeah. Okay. Here you go.
If I could, I surely would stand on the rock where Moses stood.
Rimmel?
Oh, you said the magic word. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 Daphne, Daphne, Daphne. Da 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 Daphne.
Uh-oh, alternate is there. Oh, we cannot play the game. Happy spring, yeah.
Spring is in the air, every sight and every sound.
My balls are everywhere.
There are no balls. There were just planes. They even want to straighten out bananas, David. I mean, Vincent. Who's ever heard of a straight banana?
Bananas are curved because of gravity.
I know. No, shut up. As if that's what they teach kids in Holland.
Yeah.
That's appalling. Bananas are curved because of gravity. That's some bullshit, Vincent.
Yeah, I know.
Teaching small children that bananas are curved because of gravity.
Yeah.
Then how do you explain a pig's penis? Because them look like corkscrews, Vinny.
What?
They do. Look up pig's penis. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, they look like a spring.
Look like its tail, yeah. Its penis looks like its tail, Vinny.
Yeah, I know. But that's curved because of gravity.
Vinny, even the cavemen didn't believe in gravity. Hang on a minute. I don't believe in cavemen. But I do believe in bears.
Hey, Pancho.
Yeah.
You're running for 6 hours now.
6 hours.
Yeah. Did you send the link to anybody?
Yeah, I posted it in all 4 hangouts there.
Oh, all right.
I don't know. You better check. I don't know. I can't remember.
I know. Sometimes you forget it and then you're all alone all the time.
I just go rushing through it.
One moment. I'll take a look.
Vincent, I'm getting on in life.
Oh, my God.
I'm thinking about setting up a pension fund. Hi, I'm Donald Sutherland. And I'd like to interest all you senior citizens in some PonchoPete Chan insurance. We insure you against all known trolls like Tommy the Assman that he is. We don't be accepting no Scottish trolls. No, Australian trolls. Left me on my own again, haven't you? Left me in a lobby with a load of strangers, Vin. Vinny, if you put me in an old people's home, I won't be happy about it. If you put me in an old people's home, I won't be happy about it.
I was watching if you posted the link. What are you talking about?
Did I post the link?
Yeah, you did.
There you go. People are strange when you're a stranger. I ain't got Jim Morrison. I should have Jim Morrison. Why haven't I got him?
What?
Morrison, the Doors. Can't believe I don't have his face.
Did I interrupt you? I'm sorry. I'm not awake. And I'm getting sicker and sicker. Are we voting? Poncho, what are you looking for? Damn it. Hello. Excuse me about that. I'm getting sicker and sicker day. I thought it was a little bit better, but damn it. Poncho is refreshing the page, I think, because we could not hear him anymore. So stay tuned. I'm gonna clear my nose. I'll be right back.
Hello, Casper. Dave, Henkel, why don't you pop into the Hangout? Casper, why don't you pop into the Hangout? We can talk. Yeah. The wizard is in the Hangout. Hello, been taking pics. How are you? Come on, people. Come on into the Hangout and say hello. I don't bite much. Casper, I think everybody that wants to go to the Flat Earth International Conference in North Carolina on November 9th and 10th should do so. Ben, that's why we're never going to go anywhere, because that's all I keep hearing from you is you have a headache. I have a headache. It must be the world's oldest excuse. Casper, come into the Hangout. We'll have a discussion, Casper. My friendly ghost. Hey, Dave Hinkle, that IPS guy, the International, let's see, what the hell was he? Infinite Plane Society guy. Dave, I listened to him for 4 hours.
I'm here to troll you, ADR. You said you wanted someone to come in here. I'm trolling you hard here.
Hi, my hands are up, man. I'm busted. All right, cool. How's things in Hawaii, sir?
I got another moon up there for a logo.
All right, let me look at in the Hangout.
How's it looking in the Hangout? Let's check that. I put some.
That's like an
on it.
That's
I don't.
an
Oh wait,
altered
I have
state.
to. It has a little baby dolphin at the top. I don't know if it fills
I
up
like
the whole
that.
screen. He actually is a baby dolphin. But if you see the whole thing, the whole picture up close, there's a face in it. There's actually two. One of them kind of looks like a lion's face with a nose, right? And then there's also
toward
a
the
bigger nose.
left and top.
Yeah, on the left, a little small eyeball on the far left. But then there's also a bigger nose that could be a person's nose with a big eyeball on the right and a small eyeball on the left.
Dave, you're freaking me out. Now, did the NASA artists do this? I think they did.
No, it's from a picture I took today, actually. We had a half moon today.
Oh, cool.
I can show you
Dave,
the pictures that it was only like 2 pictures. Won't take long.
Please. Yeah, cool.
Well, first I'll show you.
Screen or not?
Let me try. Let me see. I don't know. Does anybody have controls of Major Tom? Let's see.
I don't think so.
Just says I'm
popped
screen
into the
sharing.
dead air.
I'm screen sharing.
Oh, nice one. Okay.
Dolphins. This is a pack. That's that little baby dolphin up in the top left-hand corner. That's in the icon. Okay. And what do I got to type? Just delete that.
That's the control room. They're all MTVs.
No, this is my software. It's
I know. Just kidding.
It's like a virtual viewing room. All right,
Yeah.
so that's the picture that it's from right there. And you can kind of see this circle right here. It could be a small eyeball. And then a kind of a cat-like nose right here below it, or a keep on trucking nose.
Yeah.
And then little lips, kind of little lips down below that. But then on a bigger scale, this could be a giant eyeball on the right, and this could be a mouth down here. And this could be a giant nose.
I know it's kind of goofing me out a little bit. I'm just going like, whoa.
Because this looks like a giant nose right here, a bridge of a nose, because it actually looks like it's hollowed out.
Yeah.
But that's the picture before I put all the effects on it and shit. And then, so we had a half moon. It's waning. It's waning. That's how it looks at a straight 30 times zoom.
Yes. Yep.
Because I only have a 30 times, and then the rest is done digitally, so it's not really a picture. It's Fuji.
Dave, what are your thoughts on where the other half of that moon went?
I think that it kind of proves that we might not be looking at a like a substantial three-dimensional object. But it doesn't really prove it, but it gives me that idea anyway, certainly. I mean,
it's always
looks
weirded
like
me
a
out
ball.
because I've seen moons like that here too. Yeah.
It looks like it must be a ball by the shading and stuff. You know how the way it's shaded and the shadows, and like it looks like you're really looking at stuff. So I mean, it's hard to deny that fact, but at the same time, you could draw that and it would look exactly the same. You know.
The problem is from this picture we're missing, and it's been replaced by sky.
Just sky.
Yeah.
And that don't make no sense. You should see the remnants of some actual rock if it were really a rock. And then here's the sun. It was right there.
In other cases we do. I mean, I've looked. I know. I got hammered here too today. New Hampshire.
Bad, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that hurting your eyes? Anyway, that's
no
my pictures. I took those this morning. Oh wait, there's a couple more. It looks like, or is that the day before?
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
That's the day before. See how it's a little bit fuller. Hey, Vincent. I'm just showing the world and ADR. My moon shots from the last 2 days. Morning moon shots.
Oh, nice. Let me present you. One moment. Hello, ADI. Anthony. I said hello.
I thought ADR said hello back, didn't he? I thought he did.
Oh, I didn't notice. I just came back. Oh man, I feel not good. I took a hot shower and a good cup of tea.
Yeah, so that was this morning's moon, and I was pointing out how you can kind of see a face in it and stuff, with this little eyeball right here, and then
Vinny,
this is kind of like a long kitty cat nose and stuff. But then if you look at it a different way, this could be an eye in the side of a nose right here, and then a mouth down here, kind of.
Dave, you know, it's kind of like looking at clouds. I remember doing a lot of cloud looking when I was a kid, and we came up with all kinds of interesting shapes and putting over us in the clouds.
Yep, there's your straight line half moon, though. I always like to try to get a picture of that if I can. Because it makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah.
I had a real life conversation with the guy that I've known for a long time here on Maui. He's another white guy. He's a surfer. And
yeah, what do you say?
He's really locked into this aliens, the grays and stuff. And so I just told him, but what I told him is I guarantee you're not going to be able to prove to me that we're spinning or flying through space or any of that. And then I told him, I go, do you even know your model? You know, like the speeds and the distances? And he's like, no, tell me what they are. And I actually don't know the one for the sun. I stumbled on that. I told him I thought it was like 1 million or 2 miles an hour, but I can't remember how fast the sun itself is supposed to be through the cosmos or whatever with the Milky Way.
To be real honest with you, I really don't have that either, but
It's so
incredibly
theoretical,
aware
isn't it?
of the 3 different motions that are supposed to be going on at least. How
And
the
then I
universe
told
is
him,
expanding. Yeah, go ahead.
I told him, oh, you know, why can you only always see the same thing on the moon, the same face of the moon? Well, how that seems a little too coincidental that that thing is just rotating perfectly for this long, our whole lives, basically. It is never oscillate, you know, is different. If it really is a ball that spins and matches, like the odds of that are phenomenal. It just goes against all Occam's razor that you could ever come up with. Same with the tilt, in my opinion. Because the tilt is how they explain the seasons, right? They say that it's the angle of the sun is why it gets colder, because of the tilt of the on the axis. Tilt of the wait. And then you're like, okay, whatever. I mean, you're saying we're closer to the sun, but it's actually colder. Okay, because of the tilt, whatever. Just, I'm not, you know, how do you even process that kind of a bullshit story?
Well, what did your friend think of you telling you all this stuff? I mean, you
Oh
telling
well,
him
we
all
tried.
this stuff.
I didn't want to press it because once he told me that he's always this guy actually is, I think, the first guy to tell me about Tesla back like in the 90s.
Oh.
And
Okay.
so he's just too far down this gray alien thing to like stop and think that they had, you know, that maybe they didn't just come from outer space or whatever.
Well, at
And
this
I was
point,
telling him
Dave,
this
the
thing about how can you
level.
see a satellite, you know, 100 miles away when it's the size of a bus or smaller. And he's like,
Yep.
no, they're bigger. And I'm like, I don't know, they're not. They're actually down to like trash can size, supposedly.
Yep.
And then why would it even be lit up? You know, it's like, well, the sun lights it up or whatever. But this, if it's nighttime, why is the sun lighting up something in the part of the sky away from the sun? They say that it's just so far away is their answer, right? Yeah, it like solves all their problems. It's just so far away, it fixes all your questions.
Well, I
But it's
remember
right up
reading the
there.
history
Look,
of.
the light hits right here. It's right there. What do you mean so far away? It looks the same size as the moon. The moon's not even that far away. What the hell's going on here? Sorry, I ranted. Carry on in your usual manner. Anyway, that was my picture. Yeah, that's today. The little moon, sun. See, there's the sun. Okay, so then we go back to the day before at 7:15 a.m. And these are still, so I upped the exposure or whatever, changed it, and actually reduced it, yeah, to get a deeper blue in the sky and stuff. And but I think this hot spot does come from the sun. Whether or not the whole thing's lit by the sun is a different question, but I'm thinking that this hot spot really is from because the sun's only right over there, you know. Of course it has to be. I mean, it should be. Why wouldn't it be lighting it up? This must be that morning at 7:15. Yeah, 7:15. See, the sun was rising.
Dave, I am so jealous that you're living in Hawaii. I am so jealous.
And that's your 30 times zoom, basically, on the video portion of the camera. It's not that good, you know, but it gives you an idea. And then of this, I took out the window of a moving car. It was really dramatic. I should have stopped earlier, but it had these rays coming through holes in the clouds and shit.
Yep.
It was real dramatic, but
The
it's all blurry.
crepuscular rays.
Yeah, crepuscular. I think in real life there might have been some shooting up, but I don't think so. It was just that there were weird holes, so they were popping out in different directions.
Yeah, see, that's the tough thing about those rays. But at any point, we know that it's not 93 million miles away because the rays still have angle to them.
Yeah, why would the last part of the atmosphere change the? It could, like in a fishbowl, like you stick a straw in a fishbowl or whatever, or a fork or whatever, and it looks, changes the.
Well, yeah, that's just an angle of refraction, but if the sun were 93 million miles away, regardless of where the holes in the clouds were, so damn close, you would get straight beams of light right through the cloud holes.
Exactly, yeah,
Yes.
So that's why I took the picture, because it shows the sun is close to us.
Yep. Vinny, I noticed that Antonio just posted his flat Earth sun tracking info.
Yep,
video.
I know. We are on Skype right now. He's coming to this channel.
Is somebody
cool.
tracking the sun again? Another project going on?
Yeah, tomorrow is starting.
Tomorrow, dude. Tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. For me, it's today. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. So today it's gonna start for me, and tomorrow for you guys.
So the 21st is the day they're saying, which it's already.
Yep. And Dave,
21st.
Dave, hi, you're going to be participating because you're in Hawaii, right?
If I find out about it, yeah. But I was just saying it's already it's already noontime on the 21st right now in New Zealand.
Kofo should be reporting in, I think. But it doesn't start till noon tomorrow.
Isn't his name Mark or something? Yeah.
Mark, CKA Mark. Yeah. Well, I think that he's already doing this by himself. He's always tracking the sun or the moon or whatever. He's always busy with that kind of thing.
He's real careful, with his results too.
Well, everybody can pop in tomorrow. We're gonna have Antonio's gonna explain it. Okay. The video is up now. Yeah, he just sent me a message. Yes. So,
is he live? Is that what you're saying?
No, the video is up. But 1 moment. How long are we running?
It's a pre-recorded announcement, like.
I'm sorry, Dave, but we're running for 7 hours now. I think I'm gonna start a new hangout and name it like that, and everybody can jump over. Antonio will be there, and he will explain a little bit how you can track the sun or measure the shadow of the sun, and show your latitude or where you are or just your position. And we're gonna after that, if everybody from all over the plane give us the information where they are and what they did and what they measured, we will calculate it afterwards and make a video about it or an animation.
Awesome. Do you need to have a timestamp on it too, or something, or is it going to be live, or how does that work?
Has to be done live
on the air. Okay, that's your timestamp.
Yep, on the air.
1 moment, please.
So we'll be able to make some definite observations this way, and they'll be open.
Yeah,
like the video will be up on YouTube.
Gonna get a whole. Yes, Dave, you're gonna get a whole eyeful of what you're going to need tonight, and unfortunately probably should have all happened sooner. There are videos out there by people participating telling you the kind of equipment you need and how you need to prepare, but I think anything's going to be better than nothing. There's actually a sundial that you could have bought off of eBay or something. It's a little thing with a compass attached to it and everything. It's like $15 or something. But
did you buy one?
You'll probably. No, I can't participate in this stuff because I've got a laptop and I can't run it outside to capture anything. I don't have a phone or anything. I will be helping to welcome people and iron out any difficulties that might happen tomorrow, as I normally do.
One of the things that got removed from my premises here was my little webcam. I need to get on the internet and reorder some shit.
Yeah, but you've got a phone, so you're still in the running there.
I got a phone.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
You shutting it down, Ben?
No, just keep doing your thing. I have to make a new one, and then we can pop over. So, let me finish it, and I will send the link to everybody.
All right. Choke it up.
Sweet.
Just keep on talking. I keep on streaming, but I have to fix the other one and then start it. It's nothing. It's
Okay,
just
then.
5. Just give me 5 minutes.
All right, 4.5.
Tree.
But yeah, Antonio's going to come on, and perhaps it's going to be a full presentation tonight in a few minutes on the new Hangout. Exactly what's going on, and just between you and me, it is kind of close to the wire, but
Get this information out.
It'll be real simple. Hello, Mr. Grimnare Reaper. There, Reaper says New Zealand gets 15 hours of daylight, and it's in the southern hemisphere, so on flat Earth, it's near the edge. You can't get 15 hours of daylight. There's many mysteries, Mr. Grimner, and Dave Ukulele is going to play us out.
Won't pull you through. Don't you put on any airs when you're down on Rumorg Avenue. They got some hungry women there, really make a mess out of you. If you see St. Annie, please tell her thanks a lot. I cannot move and my fingers are all in knot. I don't have the strength to get up and take another shot. And my best friend, the doctor, won't even tell me what it is that I've got. Sweet Melinda, peasants call her the goddess of gloom. She speaks good English as she invites you up into her room. And you're so kind and careful, but not to go to her too soon. And she takes your voice and leaves you howling at the moon. Up on Housing Project Hill, whoops, it's either fortune or fame. Must choose one or the other, though neither are what they claim. And if you're looking to get silly, you better go back to from where you came. 'Cause the cops don't need you and they expect the same. 'Cause the cops don't need you and they expect the same. Now all the authorities, they just stand around and boast how they blackmailed the sergeant at arms into leaving his post. And picking up Angel, who just arrived in from the coast. Who looked so fine at first, but left looking just like a ghost. Well, I started out on Burgundy, but I soon hit the harder stuff. Everybody said they'd stand beside me when the game got rough. But the joke was on me, 'cause there was nobody even there to bluff. Now going back to New York City, I do believe I've had enough. Going back to the flat plane, 'cause I've had enough of the spin and ball. Going back to the flat plane, no more ball. Well, I used to be on a ball, but now I'm on a flat plane. It doesn't move, just stays in one place. And all the luminaries are spinning above our heads. I'm going back to the flat plane. I do believe I've had enough of the ball. I'm going back to the flat plane. I've had enough of the ball. Started out on burgundy, but I soon hit the harder stuff. Everybody said they'd stand beside me when the game got rough. But the joke was on me. There was no one even there to bluff. Going back to New York City, I do believe I've had enough. There you go. I've been working on this, trying to learn this here song there by Bob Dylan. Just like Tom Thumb Blues. This is just a tribute. This isn't actually what Bob Dylan played. This is just a tribute. This is United States
Nice,
calling.
Dave.
Are we reaching? Really? You could hear it? It wasn't too bad?
I like that. I like your style. I like the Dylan-esque approach. I like it.
Did you hear the made-up words and everything? Flat Earth words I threw in there?
Yep. Yep. You're awesome, man.
Bob Dylan was quite talented. I mean, when I watched those guys sing and play, I'm like, man, I shouldn't even do this in public at all. I should never let anyone hear me, because those guys actually know what they're doing and can do all the fiddly parts, all at the same time and shit.
Hey, it was darn good. You're talking to a guy that has artfully stayed away from any musical instruments my whole life.
Yeah, I didn't start up until
listening.
30.
Yeah, and I love Bob Dylan, even though he sold his soul to the devil.
Apparently. Or he didn't actually say the devil. He said in charge, chief in charge of this world and the other or something.
Yeah.
So that implies that the devil does run this realm down here, this 3D thick realm of reality that we're floating, that we're miring around in.
That is a known Christian belief, that realm of the playground that the devil was cast down to. In the Christian story.
Yeah. Judeo-Christian, yeah.
And I listened to a guy today.
Who?
Go ahead.
No, you.
Oh, I listened to a guy for 4 hours today called the International or the Infinite Plane Society, and one thing that this guy got wrong, and I learned stuff. So it was really incredible. And
that's the Eric Dubé thing, right? Is that part of the Eric Dubé, or is that a different guy?
No. This guy's name, and stand by for this, don't get it wrong. This guy's name is Tim Osman Online. It's Ozmon, okay?
Osman.
Or it's Osman.
Osman.
OZ.
With a Z.
MAN. Osman, right. And he did that as a takeoff on Nasty Timmy and a combination of the Wizard of Oz. And this guy basically, he is so well studied up, Dave, that it was a joy. It was 4 hours that went by like nothing. And I'm going like, no, don't go away. I were corresponding during that time. And, Dave had concerns, as we all do. And I think it's just a phenomena is whenever a new wolf tends to try to join the pack, the rest of the wolves are wary. I listened to this guy, you know, for a full show, and I've been hearing about him for a few days from other people. I think he's a really, you know, he's really up on things. Now he's been a member of certain occulted societies, from what I got from 4 hours of listening to him. But it was a great show, and it is a total. He is a total flat earther.
Oh, okay. Here we go, guys.
Yeah,
sorry for the interruption, but we're gonna start a new hangout. Please.
I see the link.
Yeah.
Click it.
I have. Please, can you let me talk? If I jump over, then I can only pass the link. So you have the link of the channel right now or the hangout, but not from the join hangout. I'm sorry. You have the link from the watch page, but not from the join hangout. So I have to jump over to copy and paste that link, and then I can send it to you guys. And please jump in. Antonio will be there, and we're gonna explain. Well, he's gonna explain what we're gonna do for more than 24 hours, and starting today for us, tomorrow for you guys. So this is the end of the show, and I'll see you in the next show. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, boss.